Yes, we are. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is the Board of Directors for the Board of Agriculture meeting this morning. The date is August 6, 2013, and the time is 9 o'clock a.m. First item on the agenda is to have the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we please stand? Boyd, would you lead us, please? You bet.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next item, we'll go ahead and have roll call. We'll just go ahead and go around the room. We'll start here in Elko. Boyd, if you'll start, please.
I'm Boyd Spratling. I represent livestock on the Board of Ag from Elko County.
Tim Duffrina,
Livestock, Humboldt County.
Jim Snyder, row crops, Lyon County.
Dennis Dalford, Deputy Attorney.
David Sticks Jr., Livestock, Lyon County.
Harvey, Director of Farm Ag.
Janet Bradford, Executive Department of Ag.
Ramona Morrison, General Livestock, Nye County.
Paul Now, Nursery, Clark County.
Hank Vogler, world's second oldest profession.
Okay, and over here against the wall, we'll start down here.
Dale Bob Conrad, Health Information Officer, Department of Agriculture.
Flint Wright, Animal Industry Administrator.
Donna Martin, Food and Nutrition Administrator.
All right, Reno, would you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves?
I'm Charlie Frey, representing Churchill County and row crops.
Lynn Hedrick, Department of Agriculture.
Dawn Rafferty, Plant Industry Administrator.
Dave Jones, Consumer Equitability.
Brandon Harmon, Consumer Equitability Management Analyst.
Brett Scalari here from Porter Gordon Silver for the SB 433 discussion.
Kathy Erskine, Wilson Lopka, also here for the SB 433.
I'm Mark Jensen with USDA.
Kathy Easley, Department of Agriculture.
And Jay Ludlow, Plant Industries and Correction, whereas Sparks, not Reno.
Thank you for that reminder, Jay. Always glad to have you. Did we get everybody? Anybody in Vegas?
See anybody in Vegas?
I don't see anybody in Vegas. Go ahead and start. Before we go to item C, to approve the June 11th board meeting minutes, I would like to share with you a story that kind of sums up where sometimes with agriculture, especially, too much government isn't a good thing. So, pretty interesting story. A cowboy named Mark was overseeing his herd in a remote mountainous pasture in California when suddenly a brand new BMW advanced toward him out of a cloud of dust. The driver, a young man in a Brioni suit, Gucci shoes, Ray-Ban sunglasses, and a silk tie, leaped out of the window and asked the cowboy, "If I tell you exactly how many cows and calves you have in your herd, will you give me a calf?" Mark looks at the man, obviously a yuppie, then looks at his peacefully grazing herd, and calmly answers, "Sure, why not?" The yuppie parks his car, whips out his Dell notebook computer, connects to his iPhone, and surfs to a NASA page on the internet where he calls up a GPS satellite to get an exact fix on his location, which he then feeds to another NASA satellite that scans the area in an ultra-high resolution picture. The young man then opens the digital photo in Adobe Photoshop and exports it to an image processing facility in Hamburg, Germany. Within seconds, he receives an email on his iPhone that the image has been processed and the data has been stored. He then accesses an MS SQL database through an ODBC connected Excel spreadsheet with email on his iPhone, and after a few minutes receives a response. Finally, prints out in a full 150-page report on his high-tech, miniaturized HP LaserJet printer. He turns to the cowboy and says, "You have exactly 1,586 cows and calves." "That's right. Well, I guess you can take one of my calves," says Mark. He watches the young man select one of the animals and looks on with amusement as the young man stuffs it into the truck of his BMW. Then Mark says to the young man, "Hey, if I can tell you exactly what your business is, will you give me back the calf?" The young man thinks about it for a second and then says, "Okay, why not?" "You're a congressman for the U.S. government." And Mark says, "Wow, that's correct. But how did you guess that?" "No guessing required," answered the cowboy. "You showed up here even though nobody called you. You want to get paid for an answer I already knew, to a question I never asked. You use millions of dollars worth of equipment trying to show me how much smarter you are than I am. And you don't know a thing about how working people make a living. And about cows, for that matter, this is a herd of sheep, and now give me back my dog." Did everybody get a chance to look at the minutes on our emails we got from Ian? Does anybody have any questions, any concerns? I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Boyd?
I wasn't there, so I don't hear it.
Okay.
How accurate they are.
Abstention, that's easy.
I move that we accept the minutes from last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Doe. Makes the motion to approve them. Is there a second? Second. Okay, by Mr. Snyder. Is there any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? One. Motion carries. Boyd Spratling was the abstention. Item 2 is public comment. Do we have any public comment today? Anybody want to talk to us about an item not on the agenda? Yes, Mr. Vogler.
Hank Vogler for the record. I might as well get started with my pet peeve. Anybody in this state that hasn't recognized there's a drought probably has been asleep or somewhere else.
I'm taking back all the bottled water I can.
Yes. We're probably going to be in a situation where we're not going to be able to cover the bills with brand inspection because we're probably going to have run out of cattle before this is over. And my comments almost mirror exactly the joke you just made about the band of sheep and the guy taking his dog and government interference. And I was as dumb as everybody else and could care less a few short years ago, but ever since I've been hauling my cattle to San Jacinto and crossing district lines, there's just a pet peeve that just irritates me to no end, and that is those transportation slips or whatever they are. Every one of my cows has a brand on it. I pay a fee for that brand. I pay a fee for brand inspection. If anything goes wrong, if Typhoid Mary shows up at the San Jacinto and is traced as my cow, there's already a transportation slip permanently branded on her left ribs and with her right ear crop. But I have to fill out papers in triplicate. They're not even carbon copy. I have to fill them out. And I got truck drivers standing there. I got cows and calves on the truck. I got to meet people on the other end. It's not a fun time to be doing this. And I have yet to see the value. If that animal is sick or has a problem, boy, wouldn't you be able to trace it back to me just because I'm on two sides of a district line? Okay, that's what I want to hear. But it would be I'm traceable. If a cow comes in from out of state, she has to come in on a brand inspection. So you have traceability there. So I'm somehow appalled by continually going over the same ground. This all should be put in the Department of Redundancy Department, which is redundant. If we're gonna have fewer funds coming in, and we need to find a place to streamline the industry and save a little money, that would be where I would start. Thank you. Tell me where I'm wrong, Boyd, please. You always do.
Excellent job this morning.
Thank you very much, Hank. Is there any more public input? Under these public input items, we have to be very careful about responding and talking back and forth, but this seems to be a concern of Hank's at every one of the board meetings, so I think this warrants probably coming back at the next meeting under board member presentations and kind of hashing it out a little bit. Yes, Mr. Sproul.
Especially for the entire time I've been on the Board of Ag, and we don't seem to get to a resolution on it. I think it's probably time. I would support you in that move to let's get it resolved. We have no district lines, or we change them, or whatever we do. It's probably time to make sure that happens.
Well, and I think Jim.
Address part of that if I have to.
Yeah, Jim. It needs to be kicked around because some decisions were made and they have not been a motion. I think he's given me some updates, but I think that the next one will do that. So, okay, we'll move on. Any more public input? Hearing none. Director's report. Item number 3. Jim, you want to introduce us to all the
I'll start with some of the folks that we have sitting in Mark's office. For those of you that weren't at the last meeting, I'd like to introduce Lynn Hetrick. He's our new Deputy Director for the Department of Agriculture. Of course, we have in Sparks, Dave Jones, who's our Division Administrator for Consumer Equitability, and we have Don Rafferty, who's our Plant Industry Division Administrator, and Mark Jensen, who we're connected with through our cooperative agreement with SDA Wildlife Services. On this end, new staff that we brought so that you would be able to meet and talk with them a little bit. I'd like to start with, and I'll have them tell a little more about themselves than I do. On this end, we have Dale Hansen. He is our new administrative division administrator, basically our fiscal administrator, and we brought him in from the Department of Wildlife. He's been over there for several years, but he's been with state government for quite some time, and very accomplished at budget preparation, management of staff, and so he's going to play a key role in reorganizing the administrative fiscal side, as well as bringing several of the new hire positions that we have coming on board, which I'll hit during our report as well. Gail, could you kind of tell them a little bit about your background, if you don't mind?
Sure.
With several other different agencies, came from Wildlife, don't hold that against me. I was the fiscal guy behind the scenes. We had a big budget split over there, and I guided them through that. I'm happy to have this opportunity to rebuild fiscal administrative side and get things a little smoother. Hopefully, if I do my job, you guys won't hear about anything I do. So, thanks.
And Dale will be, once he gets, he's been on the job a week, less than a week. Once he gets under place and kind of gets his system set up, then starting the December meeting, he'll bring you a budget update at each one of our meetings from that point on. So we'll get back on that rotation that we did have with Johnny. So we're in good shape on the fiscal side. We're very excited to have him aboard. Then next up, we have Bob Conrad. We brought Bob in from the Department of Energy, and then before that he was with Department of Natural Resources Conservation, and Cabner before that, and then UNR College of Education prior to that. Go ahead and give them kind of any update on yourselves or other attachments that you feel are necessary.
Jim said it all. Originally came from College of Ag Experiment Station. I was there for about 6 years, and then moved over and started working with conservation, forestry, state engineer's office, that kind of stuff in the last year or so I've been in the industry. It's good to be back in ag. Thanks for having us here.
Sorry about that. And then Flint, right, yeah, you haven't been getting mixed up on which meetings we've introduced you at, because we introduced you at the Cattlemen's. Flint Wright came to us from Superior Livestock. Prior to that, he had worked with the Nevada Farm Bureau. Prior to that, he was a National FFA officer candidate, and I actually met Flint when he was 5 years old, sitting in his folks' kitchen, reading the Wall Street Journal. So I knew that we had a fairly motivated young man when we looked at him for this position, so we're very excited to have him in as our Animal Industry Division Administrator. Flint, do you want to kind of give a short background?
Jim said quite a bit about it. I don't know if it was exactly the Wall Street Journal or what it was that day.
It was. You may have been faking it, but you sold it.
But no, this is agriculture has been my life since day one. I've been running cattle in this state or another state since I was 10 years old. We're not currently having any cattle turned out in the state of Nevada, thankfully, because it's pretty darn dry here. We own a ranch in Arizona, and as for the last 7.5 years, I've been marketing cattle for Superior Livestock. Jim asked me to take this position, and I thought about it for quite a while, and honestly, it was probably the best choice for me and my wife, and that's exactly why I took this. But there's another reason that's much larger, and that the state of Nevada has always been home to me and the livestock industry. And so we're very happy to be here, my wife and I and myself, and so we hope to do the very best we can in the coming years.
And then our last staff member that's new, we got brought to introduce you to is Donnell Barton. She's the Food and Nutrition Division Administrator. She came over. She was the Director of Child Nutrition at the Department of Education when those programs were merged. I was very excited to get her in that program, in that merger as our Division Administrator for Food and Nutrition, which is really kind of a new and emerging division in terms of the scope and what they're going to deal with. And Donnell later on will give you an update on what they're working on and the direction they're headed. But extensive background in education, extensive background in nutrition, all throughout that time. And I thought she was a pretty dandy boss. She was my first supervisor in state government, so I'm very excited to have her on our team. And I know that we got a good one in Donnell. So Donnell, if you want to give a little bit of your background.
So I've been with the state for 20 years, was a former home ec teacher in Texas, and then moved to Nevada and worked with Jim in the career and technical education, as they call it, family consumer sciences now, that used to be home ec, and then transferred over to child nutrition. Been with that for 10 years. So lots of challenges in the child nutrition field, lots of changes. So it's been an exciting time to get to build a division from the ground up.
So I'd just like to welcome all of our staff members, both those in the Sparks office as well as those that we have today with us in Elko. We're really excited with putting together a really strong team with the staff members that we have from previous that are still on staff, as well as the new folks that we brought in. And one of the things that we hope is by bringing all these folks together, we're going to be able to provide better services to the ag industry and to the citizens of the state. It's definitely going to give us a little better capability in terms of infrastructure for the agency. So just wanted to make you aware of our new folks and encourage you when we get a break and you get an opportunity to sidebar with them. We're very lucky we got a good, solid bunch of folks. So. Oh, Gina. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you. Yeah, that a boy.
You weren't supposed to save your life.
Yeah, no.
And I'd like to introduce you to the lovely Gina.
When you screw up. I felt so
I'm trying
good
to
because
help
I'd
you,
gone
man.
right down the line, had everybody in my vision, thought, okay, I haven't left anybody out. I've never done one without doing that. So, and as well, my new executive assistant, Gina Breslow, which we're very excited to have on staff. Why don't you give a little bit of your background, Gina?
Yes, I'm Gina. I'm here to help Jim and to help
Which
his
obviously
department.
he needs.
And I came from the private sector. This is my first state government job, first government job period, and I'm very, very excited to be working for the state of Nevada. This is my home. I'm a fourth generation Nevadan. My family was, they were Fallon farmers, alfalfa farmers, and I'm very honored to have been chosen for this position. It means the world to me. I'm a Reno native. I grew up here, and I just want to do the best I can for this department and for Jim and for all of you. So anything I can do to help for any of you, the administrators, and for the state of Nevada is what I want to do for the future of the state and for agriculture. So this is a fabulous opportunity. Thank you all.
She's already figured out the long road she's got to hoe to keep me on track.
Yeah, that is very true. I wouldn't say that. Well, you never know.
So what's the Fallon name?
Crest.
Jim, I noticed a lot of these people that you've brought on board, you know them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was in a position one time where I was appointing people, and I was appointing ones that I knew, and I was accused of being a good old boy. And that's just how they ended it, was you're appointing people you know. So I said, do you want me to appoint people I don't know? But that's good. I'm glad.
I find in these leadership roles, trust and a length of history and a length of somebody's work history is vital. Yeah. Especially basically when you want to make good hires. Most of them I've known for some time, either directly through family or through state government, affiliated jobs where I've seen them do great work at other agencies. And so, like I say, I think we're pretty lucky. We've got a good staff. Now we got to make some things happen. The outcomes are the important part, the beginning.
In 3 months, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead with your report.
All right, and I've included under section 3, B, basically like I normally do, I've given you an outline of my activities since our past meeting on June 11th, and Fallon, which again I'd like to thank Charlie for hosting that meeting. It was a great time for those of you that weren't able to make it. We had a great tour of his place and facilities, as well as the new powder milk plant that's going in Fallon, so we're very excited by that. As you can look through there, a lot of my time in the last 2 months has really been focused on getting new staff on board. A lot of our new hires were effective July 8th, and we have a second phase of new hires, which I'll talk about here in a second, that is October 1st. So we're trying basically to get the infrastructure set up and get things moving forward. And the example being in fiscal, we've had Dale less than a week now. He's got a ways to go to get a feel for our current systems, and then how he thinks he can modify those systems to improve them, and then always looking to the digital references that the President made in his opening comments, and how we can utilize that in an effective way as well. One of the things you see here as well is the disaster recovery meetings that we've had. Part of the assignments that has been placed on us is we've had to put together I don't know the official name of it, but basically it's an emergency response plan for the agency, and contingency plans if we had a massive event that either took out part or a lot of the state's infrastructure systems. And we play kind of a different role in that we now have emergency food distribution as part of our food and nutrition program, and we have a large warehouse now off of Galletti Way, so the next time that we have a meeting in the Sparks office, we'll actually tour those facilities and show you those. But if we had some major disaster where food lines were cut down, we would be distributing food out of Las Vegas, of Sparks. They may be on the Reno side, it's right on the line. So that's part of the emergency plan. Then also with our laboratories on the vet med side, those would be available for FEMA to take over if that was deemed necessary. So we've basically been creating this entire plan. All the state agencies are doing it, and we had to get that done, I believe, by the end of August. So we're finalizing that process. Additionally, trying to see, I've got a second list. I'm going to hit you with highlights. Anything here that's Corey Hunt is our new policy rep in the governor's office. Jordan Groh left for new adventures in California. So Corey Hunt, who's done quite a bit of work on the natural resources side, is our new liaison with the governor's office. Spent a lot of time on the governor's sector council industry sectors. We're still putting those final folks together on that. Several of you are representative in that group as well. Our next meeting will be August 22nd, which I won't be at, but our vice chair is Dave Kuhn with Anderson Dairy down in Las Vegas, and he'll be chairing that next meeting on August 22nd. I'll be in Orlando for a meeting with Walmart. And so that's going well, and basically that group is newly formed, and their mission or goal is to consult and connect industry to the educational systems K through the university of the state, and make sure that those educational training systems are connected to what's needed by the industry in terms of training. We also were affiliated with the State Ag Teachers Conference, and we had those folks come and tour our facilities and look at some opportunities there. Met with Perry and Sons, talking a little bit, I'll talk about more in the Nevada Grown conversation, and sage grouse, and then I just returned Thursday from Anchorage, Alaska, where they held the Western Association of State Departments of Agriculture, which is the Western 13 states, and that's also where they host the WUSADA meetings. And what's nice about those is WUSADA, when they hold their meetings with WASDA, they pay all of our travel to those meetings, so those don't affect our budgets in any way, shape, or form, which is nice. So with that, some of the issues that I want to make you aware of, I've got a couple of handouts for you here. Yeah, that's just all part of the economic development. These looks and a few of these to the right and to the left. This is one of the things that we've talked about on the western state side, which I think could play a key role, and I want to make you aware of it, and we will be pursuing this through all channels possible. There's a Invasive Species Control and Management Act that's on the horizon, and we think will be introduced in the House during their next session at the end of the year. If not, then it'll be the following session. You can have some more copies down here, I'm sure. But basically, this is forcing the feds to look at the invasive issues, particularly as they interact on federal ground, and the issues that that's created within the states. And it has a multiple tier of funding levels, and some of it is money that's pulled back from how it's been dispersed traditionally through the federal organizations, and then kind of tweaked in this new way. Specifically that I think would affect the agency is a $200 million block grant set aside. This block grant would be modeled somewhat in the way of the specialty crop block grant, or that's what NASDA is trying to push in terms of the format. Basically, the governor would determine what agencies would best lead those parts, and so the way it would break out is Nevada based on its federal ground, and state ground and private ground, and the equation that it would run through would receive $11 million to deal with invasives on a yearly basis, which would be gigantic, and specifically in terms of dealing with some of the issues that we have on the sage grouse. It would be a little bit of a game changer for us. That would come down, then basically the local state agencies, through part of this creating cooperative agreements on public ground, could actually impact reclamation projects, control efforts. You know, specifically, we would be looking at the invasive plant issue, because that's the second leading cause listed on our state sage grouse plan. So it would give us an opportunity to really engage in that events and activities in a big way. So, but that kind of gives you the overview. It also has the contacts down at the bottom of the folks that are pushing that. And we actually have John Cantlon is going to speak with an upcoming sage grouse. Hopefully we're going to get him involved in one of the sage grouse meetings that's coming up as well.
Who is the Healthy Habitat Coalition?
It's, you know, that's a good question. They've got a website, and they're Who We Partner, or NASDA's partnered with in trying to push this forward. We had an effort trying to do it. They're basically tied to the conservation groups. We've tried to, Utah started this effort, the Commissioner of Agriculture in Utah, to try to get something set aside that we could deal with invasive plant issues, and specifically that we have on the federal ground. Originally, the push was to do $150 million set aside, standalone, that would be all invasive, so you could get your eastern states that have other invasive issues, whether that's animal invasive, so on and so forth, where everybody could be on board with it. There's been a lot of concern voiced by some of the departments of ag that this would get in the way of some of the APHIS invasive monies. And so states like Florida and California had a tremendous amount of concern. That basically morphed into this bigger Invasive Species Act, and tying our piece into a part that this Habitat Coalition is pushing, and that NASDA was supporting. Yes, sir.
Jim, for the record, Hank Vogler. And is there a specific list? Because if you start going through everything that's an invasive species, or species not native to Nevada, I mean, you could make an argument for elk, chukar, Hungarian partridge by name alone, Himalayan snowcock, goats.
Personally, I'm targeting the elk. I've just had enough of the elk, you know.
There's about 6 million, man.
No, you know.
And again, how far are we going to split these hairs? In our country, the cheatgrass is crowding out the halogeet, both invasive species. One's edible, the other's poison. So what do you want to do about that one? Take away the cheatgrass so the halogeet gets thicker?
I think that the focus of this, obviously with the situation that we're on statewide with the sage grouse, would be targeted, and not to say completely, because again, this would come to the governor's office, and then the governor would have the authority to prioritize the invasive issues that we have in the state. So obviously those things that are affecting sage grouse, because that's going to affect so many multitudes of state economies, I think would be a point or a target on this. And that it would give us the access to do some actual on-the-ground work relative to the federal ground use authorities there that we haven't had. Coming from that angle is obviously what my assumption would be, that the result would be when it came to Nevada. Those things that are going to affect economic and conservation issues in the state. Second scale, I would guess, and these are totally guesses on my part, some of the snail issues and things like that they're having on NDA, you know, that would fall. It would be those things like cheatgrass and stuff that are threatening our capability to our economic abilities in the state.
Is this? I'm sorry.
I was curious how it's going to affect. I mean, you got one how it might affect the department. How would it affect the board? We have any how
think in the overall, yeah, relative to setting the general policy of how we would implement whatever programs the governor passed on. I mean, my assumption is if we have and understand we're way in front on this thing because the bill hasn't even been introduced. And so by the time the bill gets introduced and we're able to get something through the House and able to get something through the Senate and then get it to the President, we're talking well down the road, year plus, probably heavy on the plus. But the basic is you guys would set the policy relative to as you already do, to dealing with invasive plants.
And why I ask is, any man again has a cost. And so I assume we'll be able to see what the implications will be by participating.
Right. The cost and part of what's driving this is when they did the evaluation, and I'm quoting Cantillon from Alaska last week, they went through and looked at all the money that the federal programs are currently getting relative to fire suppression, to invasives, to all those pieces, and averaged across the board 23% of their funding was against it. And so the point of this would be to increase the percentage that's actually hitting the ground and doing the work. And that's why they would model the specialty crop program, because basically that comes into the state. You have a small amount that you're able to keep in terms of administrative, and the rest has to be physically stuff that happens on the ground. And I think that in some of the cases relative to the state agencies, I know in ours, for some of the ARA money that came through before I was in position in 09, 08, in those areas, we've got good examples of where some of that federal money came into the agency and it resulted in reclamation projects that were actually done on the ground and not necessarily in tons of new equipment or tons of new staff or those kind of things. So I think that's where we're getting a push from the states and a lot of support from the states in terms of looking at this as it comes out. And then secondly, this is a sheet that was provided to us by these folks. Once the law and the language is released, then it has to be evaluated and, recognize there's a big process there that you have to go through, and whether this is what comes out of that language when it's introduced, because we haven't seen the language. We're supposed to get a draft of that tomorrow or the day after, somewhere in there. And once we get that, I'd be more than happy to share that with the board or anyone else that would be interested. So I'll post on that. This is definitely something that's on the horizon, depending upon how it moves forward, to be a significant impact statewide.
Morrison?
I think it would be worth investigating for the next what their actual motivation is.
I think it's a conglomerate. I think you can see there too. I think Roger asked that.
I've heard of that healthy habitat. Hank, do you have something?
Well, yeah, Hank Booker, for the record, we should also, when it comes to invasive species that have dramatically affected this state, we should save the best for last, and that would be the wild horse.
That's why they left it open as invasive species.
Get it on the list,
Be able to
please.
be prioritized above my food chain. So the next thing that I passed out to you is an email from Annetta that I got a couple of days ago or yesterday. It kind of gives an update on the horse slaughterhouse issues. And the Albuquerque, if you're not aware, the Albuquerque plant was set fire last week, or early last week, or the end of the previous week before that. One of the coolers actually had a conversation with the director of Ag in New Mexico. He said that it was minimal damage and should at that point have stopped them from opening their doors yesterday. And as you read the further one, restraining order was put out on Friday when we were traveling back that basically put a halt on plant opening business yesterday. And so that's working its way through the system. The really scary part why they put the restraining order, and what they're trying to get is a NEPA review of the plant and its impacts and effects, and that would set a new precedence of something that hasn't been done previously related to meat production or packing facilities. And so there's a concern in the industry from that angle. It's obvious. And then the other article that's up here above kind of references that the statement was made by some of the folks in terms of that are not supportive of the slaughterhouse, that it was based on the supporting the Native Americans and the horse being a sacred animal. And following that, the Navajo Nation came out with a statement that basically said, yes, it is a sacred animal. It is important to the Native American peoples, but we have 75,000 feral horses that are drinking wells dry and causing ecological damage to drought-stricken range on their lands alone. And there has to be some kind of solution to deal with that practical application. It's not one species overall species. And so I thought that was interesting and wanted to share that with you as well. Additionally, on a different subject, be very clear in the record, a different subject, the Virginia range horses, we have entered, as I made aware in the last board meeting, or the March board meeting, we have entered into a cooperative agreement with the Wild Horse Preservation League. It's a national organization based out of California to place any horses that we pick up that are coming within public safety areas or issues. We're doing that, I believe, for $100 a horse. They're also then paying the cost of any horses that we have to geld before we release them to them for placement. And so we're trying to make sure that we cover our costs in dealing with the horses that we're having to pick up. And we haven't had a lot coming down recently, but as we're getting to the time of years, we get into August and into September in these dry years, that's when we start seeing a lot more of them coming into the Reno and Mound House, Dayton areas. So that's going well for us. We have put out a request for information to any groups, because as you're aware, in AB 264 that passed during the legislative session, it made feeding feral stray animals a gross misdemeanor, which is a tool for us to deal with the massive feeding that we have in the Reno, West Reno side, or East Reno side. Along with that, it also added the word management to the cooperative agreement allowances so that we can enter into a cooperative agreement with a group to manage the feral stray horses on the Virginia range. So we released a request for information out 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, and basically saying what groups would be interested, trying to talk a little bit about their fiscal capabilities, would they financially have the capabilities to manage the Virginia range, and gave some high elevation requirements that would be in the cooperative agreement relative to identifying their capacity to manage the numbers of the herd, to acknowledge that private owners and permittees have rights relative to their property, and to make sure that the herds are not interacting in a negative manner from that standpoint, and to ensure that the horses obviously stay on the range and not create public safety issues, and that it will have some sort of negotiated measurable benchmarks.
You mentioned the private property rights of those surrounding the Virginia range. What about the the major landowners that actually own the range itself? Are they included in this process, or are they just sitting out?
Well, they're going to, yeah.
Are they disinterested parties, or what's their situation?
As of to date, they've not kind of been disinterested parties, but I think as the plan comes forward and as we have the public interaction and meetings relative to the plan, whatever group or side has the capabilities to meet the needs on the management side, they're gonna have an opportunity to voice their opinions. The cooperative agreement before, because this is such a bigger thing than we've previously done or had, the cooperative agreement, once we get a negotiated draft put together with whatever the group, whoever that turns out to be, we'll be bringing that to the board also for your interaction, at which time they'll have the opportunity to make their comment and put forth their opinions as well.
I would think those landowners have to have more than just an opinion on this. I think they would have to be integral to that agreement. Because they're basically sitting quite a bit of liability out there by sitting back and not being involved in that process during the decision making for those people.
It's largely a very few landowners that
I realize that. That's why.
And then also the interaction of those that have livestock. Whether sheep or cattle or whatever, that's part of what they'll have to address in the cooperative agreement as well. But the idea is that we're not, and that's the point of the cooperative agreement, that we're not managing the facility. So there's going to be a trick to how deeply involved we allow ourselves to be brought into the cooperative agreement, and that's something that I'm very cautious of. And so as this, basically we don't know what this is going to look like. It's something that's going to happen, and then we're going to have a draft that we're going to bring to you guys, but obviously they're going to have to address the realities scientifically based on what the range can carry, what those long-term range management numbers are, private land ownership and the relationships that's there, as well as the permittees and the relationship there, across the spectrum.
Those large landowners, in all reality, they should be setting those numbers, whether it be on a scientific basis or just their whim. That, very honestly, is their range, and using a scientific basis to make their decisions is a great thing. But the point being, what's happening on that land out there that belongs to those larger organizations? There's more of this should be on their shoulders as it is currently. And so let's not miss the opportunity to draw them more actively into this situation.
Boyd brings up an interesting point. That is, if you have a large landowner out there, are they going to be required, if they want to round up horses and have a problem, are they going to be required to turn the horse over to this group that we have a contract, or can they dispose of them themselves?
Well, they don't have ownership of the horses.
State
The state does.
Even though they cross
stray. Yes,
Okay.
and if they don't have a problem, which has been the history of those state feral stray horses, as they are in terms of legal status, being on their property, then we can't make them care. Yes. Secondly, any of the horses that would be collected either under contract or in agreement with the Department of Agriculture, their status does not change. They are feral or stray, and they would have to be dispersed for feral or stray laws. This contract would not supersede, or this cooperative agreement would not supersede state laws. It would have to be within the fold of the state laws. Currently, we have a cooperative agreement for the dispersal of any horses that are sold picked up, and so they would be under that same cooperative agreement. They would go to place them at a fee to the state feral or stray account, so that if anyone did make a claim on them and could prove ownership on any of the horses, then the money brought in on them would be transferred to that legal owner, minus expenses.
Ms. Morrison.
I'm familiar with the land. At any point, these landowners can tell us, get your horses off. At any point, they can come after it, well, it's fenced out.
Fence it out is what they could do, yeah.
And they've got a liability issue.
Yeah, but I gotta be really frank, I don't think they're concerned.
I understand that.
In my
those horses and something happens, they'll have a problem.
Along with this board, we're kind of their guardians, so to speak. So isn't there some liability that this board and the Department of Agriculture would have? We're supposed to be managing them, aren't we?
I don't know where you want me to go with that.
No,
hear
but I
that
mean,
you
it's
guys
just-
want me to not manage. And I hear that you want me to. You guys tell me where you want me to go. A, and then B, you know, the same conversation that we've had nearly every time we bring this conversation up is that by statute, the state is held harmless and not liable for what that's worth.
And you don't have the choice when you're going to manage it.
So I just.
So, I mean, there's a lot of unknown in this new option that we haven't legally had prior to this. Because legally, where I've gone to the AG's office previously and asked, do we have the legal authority to get into a management cooperative agreement with a group, we haven't had that. And the agency, although it's been put out there many times that the agency historically had management cooperative agreements, they had no time to have cooperative agreements relative to management. So this is for sure new and for sure uncharted ground.
Yes, sir.
Rona Morrison, for the record, I would reiterate that there really isn't a legal place for those horses to be, except for they can't trespass onto the BLM managed land, technically. And the owners up there, the minute they change their mind, there's no place for those horses either. So that's the issue. I think that.
And there's legal definitions and there's certain realities. I mean, the Pine Nut fire has to have pushed horses across the Carson River,
Oh, yeah.
which under BLM's definitions makes them feral stray. You know, BLM's maintained or told me in a meeting face to face that the horses can't cross the Carson River. Have a Jack Russell
Did
that
they
can
tell
cross
him?
the Carson River without
Did they
swimming.
tell them not to cross?
I must have. My assumption based on the levels of the river is that must have been something else. Yeah, so I mean, there's certain realities. Given any day, a horse can change its status based on how far north it's going. So, yeah, it's a difficult issue, and it hasn't ceased to be such. I'm just glad that we have Flynn on board. Your head up.
They'll shoot on
Well, I said I'm glad.
Yeah, do you mind if I comment just a little bit on that major landowner?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
but the
If you just want my 2 cents, as far as we know, they have no issue with it. So, and there's a large portion of that property that is in industrial buildings there on the north side. And as you know, those horses wander in and out of the parking lots all day long. I do not know why they don't have a major issue, because frankly, if it was my property, I would, but that is just something we do not know and can't get an answer.
And I think that we maintain the status where we've had individuals that have businesses in that property that have had concerns and have had issues, but where their businesses lie, those horses have not created public safety issues, and as such, we've not got involved, because basically, other than creating public safety issues, you know, that's because that's an emergency issue relative to the citizenry. Other than that, we haven't engaged in managing and dealing with the horses.
Ms. Morrison?
Ramona Morrison, Joe just understand what I'm saying. I completely support what you're trying to do. But those property owners have some skin in this game. And I know they have been, they've wanted those horses there. So, but they probably should be at the table.
Well, no, and trust me, they're gonna be at the table, but they're probably gonna be at the table with the folks that are trying to enter into the cooperative agreement.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're gonna be at the table with the Board of Agriculture or with our animal industry administrator. I'm suggesting they're definitely gonna be aware, they're definitely gonna be a part of the conversation, but I'm not sure that that's gonna be something that they work out on their side. Because I also see one thing that any group that's going to get the cooperative agreement, we're going to do one cooperative agreement with one group. We're not going to do a multitude of little mini groups and divide it all up into little areas and everything. That becomes again, a resource drain for us to manage. Whoever does this is going to have to bring multitudes of individuals, groups, landowners, permittees to the table. And I think that that's something that we can steer as a requirement of getting to a cooperative agreement. Please verify, in other words, that who in these areas are in support of this, or working with you, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I think we're going to address it from that issue, but we're not going to go out and meet with the multitudes of group, because again, then we get so buried in this that I'm not sure we've accomplished much. We might as well add it.
You mentioned groups and horses, not just horses.
By the way, there's 0.10 cubic feet per second right now in the Carson River, so I think they can walk across it.
Yeah.
Let's cross them the other way.
Go ahead, Tim.
Is there a time that's it's all supposed to be set up by? I mean, we're not under.
No, we're not under a time restraint now. So I mean, I would hope, we put a small, on the RFI, we put a small time chain, and I think we try to wrap that up, Bob, or?
I think it's October.
October?
Yeah.
So in October, then we would sit down and identify who we're going to try to enter the cooperative agreement with. It's not a money situation, it's a cooperative agreement, so it's not, we don't have to go to like an RFP or anything like that. We're just basically, we try to get a feel who we think has the infrastructure to make the thing happen, to pull the groups together, to finance whatever the needs are in terms of managing the program, and then we start negotiating with that group.
But if you don't find somebody by then, you're not required to.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess, that's a good point, question. I'd be interested in managing it. Maybe we don't have any takers, I don't know, honestly.
Do you have somebody now?
Well, we have somebody now that we're in a placement cooperative agreement with. Our assumption is they're interested in the larger management cooperative agreement, and they've unofficially voiced that to us. But until we get someone to respond to the RFI, we don't officially have anyone interested. And to date, we've not had really anyone, no one's officially returned the RFI document. But it's not due till...
First questions are due August 9th. Second set of questions August 30th, and the deadline for submission and opening of proposals is October 4th.
So we should or something, hopefully by now.
But I guess what I was asking was, is that if there's nobody that you're comfortable with, you start all over again.
Yeah, or we're just kind of back to where we were. Gotta have the capacity to deal with the whole. There's a lot. That's horse talk. As you're aware, we got hit with a drought declaration about a month ago that every county in the state was declared a disaster area of the drought. That's no new information, but reinforcing that gives us quite straight as an industry. Positions that we have coming on board that I referenced earlier, These are all positions that'll start as of October 1, or that are fundable as of October 1. We have a literacy position. We're actually taking over work with Farm Bureau, the Ag and Classroom program. This is part of our promotion piece, trying to get more promotion for the agriculture industry as a whole and its importance to the state's economy and state security. So that position will work on that as well as 4-H based reach out effort for the industry. We'll have an ag research position that will do basically compile research and data and work with Bob and work with Jeff in the ag literacy position to produce that annual ag report like we did this past January. It's our goal to get that out every January, but depending on when we get the rest of the staff on board October 1, we'll have to reevaluate, at least for this year, that timeline. But on the long and on the average, we want to have that out in January. We have an account system 1 position, a program officer 1 position that comes on board October 1st. Our program officer position in administration is basically buildings and facilities. There'll be actually office over in the warehouse off of Coletti. I'm sure any of you guys are aware that we have a warehouse or have a warehouse over there. We're looking at then managing our fleet vehicles, managing contracts with buildings, all that kind of stuff. I'm actually hoping we can get a certified contractor person in that position so that they can help us with some of the remodels or things that we need to do internally.
Are these all general fund?
No, these are fee and indirect. General fund positions are all grouped under programs that directly benefit the citizenry of the state. So we moved all general fund out of administration and into either veterinary services, diseases, zoonotic diseases, to plant industry for plant pathology, because any citizen can bring in a plant and say, what is this? What's the issue? just on the headquarters building. Us managing ourselves versus buildings and grounds. So in the Vegas building, I think we'll have to be under buildings and grounds management down there, so I want to see it because they're in the building. So I want to see how that's going to translate fiscally. So we're able to get by for the next 2 years, and that's where we're at with the new staff. But we're going to have ultimately 10, at the end of the day, 10 new staff positions in the Las Vegas building. And one of them is a native position that we're moving down there to manage day-to-day operations of the Las Vegas building and staff, and the programs that are coming, child nutrition, foods, and heritage, which they're not all in there yet because we're waiting on the remodel. So after the program officer, we have an administrative assistant 1 position, which will be the receptionist position currently. As you come into the building, Melissa's our receptionist. She's a manpower employee, so pay for her manpower. I actually have a regular state position that does that starting on October 1. And then we have an account tech 3 and an auditor 2 position that are coming in under child nutrition. And those positions will work under Dale's leadership, but they'll be focused on managing the federal nutrition. Question on those positions? And then we're staffed with everything that we're at. As a comparison, to give you an idea of where we're going and where we've been, in 2007's budget, we had 15 FTEs in the administrative division, and with a roughly $20 million line budget authority, and in FY 14, which is this first year, we have a administrative FTE of 17 staff with a $300 million line budget authority. So, and 4 of those positions are not fiscal. They're previous to all the positions in 2007 for fiscal. So if you actually take out the promotion positions, we're 14 FTE doing what 15 FTE did in 07, but with like 10 times the budget authority. But we're going to do that through hopefully greater efficiencies in our IT capabilities, which I'm going to get to here in a second as well.
Jim, just hold on a second. Sparks, any questions from you folks down there before we move on?
No.
You guys still awake down there?
Oh, yeah.
No.
I was worried about Charlie more than anybody.
The problems we're closing in on the end.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
So, and this kind of ties together a little bit. So on the brands lines and the animal identification side, when Flint started a couple of weeks ago, we handed him the LCB file on the brands lines that have been proposed and that we had meetings with. And the progress that we're at now, I think he's going to circle back and have one additional workshop with everybody to get everybody on the same page, and we've considered everything that we need to, and then we'll go to hearing on that, and then that'll come to the board for a reg change. So that will definitely affect the brand districts lines, because what's proposed now, as it stands today, will be a proposal of 4 districts in the state versus 10 districts in the state. So that'll obviously impact the transport permit, or travel permit, am I saying that right? Secondly, movement for, thank you.
There are 10 districts.
There are currently 10 districts.
I thought it was 7.
It's 10 on the NACs.
I looked at a map one time in this very room. We discussed either doing away with them altogether, limiting it to 3, and there's 7. Because there were 7 district brand inspectors at one time, remember? One had his own district, the deputies underneath you or her. So if there's 10, then.
If you're predating me, NAC is what I'm referencing, and there's 10, for sure.
That part.
Maybe they thought they passed 7 and they never did the paperwork. I'm not saying that didn't happen,
Well,
but that was also pretty.
That's, for the record, Hank Vogler, that isn't the issue to me with all of this. No matter where they draw those lines, somebody's gonna be in violation. And I'm not having the Ely district or whatever that is, and the Elko district and all that. In fact, I thought I would say, because part of it is part of the ranch is in the Elko district, but the line happens to follow the highway, which puts it out.
That's the current.
Right. But even if you change it, there's still gonna be somebody that if he crosses those district lines in a truck and has to go through this and supposedly has to anticipate his needs, you know, I have my permit at San Jacinto's for 600 head. Couldn't take 600 head because of the drought, could only take 400. How do you anticipate all of those things? And every animal that goes up there already has my brand on it. So if I get trichomoniasis Trixie in the truck and she winds up there, they're going to be able to trace her back or whatever. So I mean, it just seems redundant to do that. As far as the authority and the jurisdiction of the individual districts, fine, have 4 of them. That should be more efficient. But the charging for that paper and then to have to make it out in triplicate times 5 or 6 or however many loads of trucks that you're handling that day, it's quite an annoyance when you already pay for a brand inspection. You already pay to have a brand registered in the state.
If you pay for a brand inspection, you do need a
No, but it costs a heck of a lot more to get the brand
No,
inspection.
I agree, but you're not doing both.
No, you don't do both. And anybody that comes
Trip
into the
permit
state
would
is
use money on
supposed to have a brand inspection to come in. Look at the bakers. They're on 2 districts and a line practically, state line. So if the cows all go to one side of the fence, technically they need a brand inspection to come back to warm.
Well, hey, I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since you weren't here yet.
Oh.
That's how long it's been. Why don't we, on our next meeting, or item for Hank, and it's for all of us, why don't we have a review of the map, because I can't remember where the new lines were drawn, and take a look at them, because the only thing I can recollect is the new district over there encompasses almost the entire eastern state. So let's take a look at that, and we'll have a good full-blown conversation, because I'll tell you currently whether it's 7 or 10, and I'm not disputing. If it's 10, that's worse. It's very convoluted, because in some places the district line could follow the highway. They actually went out and did a little gerrymandering and made the district line go out. Obviously, they were trying to encompass somebody's permit, but just driving across the road, they wouldn't have to worry about it. So that was over on the eastern side. So let's take a look at that, and that might help with your concerns, Hank. And Jim and I have talked about some other ideas we can talk about in December about the trip permit that will help, maybe help the office and help with their cost issues too. So.
And I would just reinforce, I think you need to engage in conversation for the workshop relative to the district lines. Because I went into that with you or the industry, tell us what you want. If you don't want any district lines, I will not lose any sleep. If you want 25 of them, I will not lose any sleep. I mean, basically, you guys make the rules and we enforce them. I mean, that's our role. So, and under that last couple of workshop meetings that they had, I think they had one in Ely, one in Elko. I'm not sure if they had one on the west side or not, I can't remember. But we're going to basically open up that process again to make sure everybody's, not everybody's going to be appeased, but that's what we're trying to accomplish. And then ultimately it's going to come to the Board of Ag, and you guys are going to vote and make the decision. And that's how that gets changed. I mean, that's the difference. Now, relative to the paperwork side, which is where we do have an impact and can make a change in terms of how we carry out the reg, give you an update on that as well. We started last September working with a proposal proposal through AT&T to come up with an app that would be utilized by our inspectors' phones to create a digital process where we could email and then print out whatever that paperwork is. Also to take payment in the field by credit card or by debit as well, because we're trying to clarify, because if you're taking that versus cash or versus check, there's less opportunity for manipulation, as well as if it's a digital electronic driven process, there's less apt for mathematical mistakes. To try to clean up, increase efficiencies, all those kind of things. They promised the moon on the front side, and then we got onto the back side, and the price had doubled, and oh, by the way, you can't take credit cards in the field, you can't do this, you can't do that. And so I was so frustrated with the process 3 weeks ago that I just told them, you know, we're done, and don't worry about it, we're not interested. And so our next plan is to start engaging in these things by bits and pieces to try to eat away at it versus the large to adopt. So to start with, one of the things that Dale's going to be charged with once he gets a picture or two hanged up in his office is we're going to put credit card machines at the front desk of the Sparks office, of this office, and of the Las Vegas office, so that we can at least take credit card versus the check that we get that's brought to the door, which is actually quite a bit. Then the second phase of that is trying to figure out a system that we can take credit card in the field. And we're looking at these as pieces. Right now, I've got a group that I'm working with, and Dale's going to start twitching over there. That is, we've not entered into any contract with, and there's no promises or guarantees. But basically, they're building an online, web-based livestock process where we could do a brand inspection via the web, print to a mobile printer. It would become real-time automated, and it would automatically go into a database that we could capture either here or from Sparks or from wherever, as well as the enforcement officers in real time would be able to pull it up. In the cases where there wouldn't be any wireless connection, they would use the old form, and then when they got back to where they had cell service, then they would have to enter it into the computer via that application. That would also initiate their payment. We wouldn't pay them until that, because part of the problem is we're having a hard time getting paperwork from the field into the main office. That would not cost us anything, would not be an agreed contract, and every time it's used we would pay, which we'd have to negotiate, a 10% or a 10-cent fee or something like that for the transaction per critter or per whatever. But that would give us the opportunity to not have to do triplicate, to not have to do handwritten out forms, and basically we'd be able to initiate the action. It would send an email to the producer's email box. We'd be able to print out in the vehicle the sheet that would be handed for travel permit capabilities and stuff. And I guess there's a program, Flint, correct me, in Arizona that's similar to this. And it's trying to do just that, to get rid of A, the multitudes of paperwork, and B, the time and effort that it takes to fill everything out and do that whole job. And then also, you know, we're not going to have to stop a vehicle to see if you got your travel permit. If it's not on the system, then you obviously didn't. If it's on the system, then you obviously did. And so it takes that capacity out. And so we'll look and see what they're able to give me. They're actually flying out from College Station, Texas in September to look at it some more, talk to us, and maybe be able to give us a model. I know I'd have Dale twitching because of requests for proposals and all the real life hoop stuff that we got to get through, but we're going to see what they can produce, and then we'll see if it's worth diving into. But we're still trying to get past that hurdle. The IT hurdle has not been, I was fairly naive, I guess is the best way to say it, in terms of when I thought we were going to get there and how quickly we'd be able to get there. It's a lot more uphill than I thought it was going to be. So that's where we're on that, and that does address the duplicates and the process side of things.
Again, Hank Vogler for the record. The aggravation is that one day we load cows, take them to the same place, next day we load sheep. And they go to the same place. There's no restrictions on the sheep, but yet there's federal law on scraping, which is very severe. Trichomoniasis, I think, is state laws pretty much.
But you're asking, and if I'm misunderstanding you, communicate that I am. You're asking me to deal with something that's out of my authority.
No.
It's in your authority.
I realize it's in this board's authority. I'm just trying to make the point that I wouldn't mind seeing this addressed. District lines, no consequences. If you want to make 3, you want to make 10 or 25. That's all going to be based on an expense. But to have a transportation slip, I do not see the value. If you need traceability of my iron, if they wound up over at Tim's and you got one of my cows in the corral.
If you didn't have a permit, though, why would you have district lines?
I don't know. I don't know why they proposed that to begin with. That could be a cost saving right there, not to have district lines. You have officers stationed at different places that are supposed to be in enforcement, and we're enforcing something that's a normal transportation of livestock, and especially in this drought area, it could even get more involved. And when you run out of feed, you may finally have found somebody that has the feed somewhere else in the state, and then have to go through the process of either getting something through the mail, through a fax, through an email, as a temporary permit. It just doesn't make any sense to me to even have the program for either district lines or that trip permit, because if that cow's up there and the brand inspector gets her, or she's a stray and somebody checks her out, they're going to trace her back to me no matter what disease she has, no matter what she has. Same way with the sheep. I'm not so sure that all the sheep that come into California, which has a lot of scraping problems down there, that come into Nevada, that couldn't be bringing that in.
I'll go back and verify. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember what's NRS versus what's NAC. I think that NRS maybe initiates the trip permit stuff relative to district lines, but if you got rid of district lines, then you wouldn't have to have. There's some kind of interaction there, and I can't remember what's NAC versus what's NRS, but I think that, if I remember correctly, that's the wiggle room. As long as you have district lines, I think the trip permit side is in NRS as a requirement, where if you don't, if the state is one big district line, then you don't have to have trip permits.
Well, I think, Hank, you're really dwelling on the traceability of animal disease, whereas, the main concern of trip permits is for ownership of livestock and its relationship to cattle theft. So,
What, you sign a register that, well, I'm going to steal some cattle, so I need some trip permits?
Boyd and Hank, I'll tell you, these are all good points. And in a lot of ways, Hank, you're preaching to the choir here, but I got to remind you guys, Boyd, you know this. The Nevada Cattlemen's Association covered this thing. They're the ones that drove this whole thing. And I'm telling you right now, I privately talked to the president of the NCA one day about doing away with district lines, and you thought I was going to steal his kids. So we need to have a really big open discussion about this, properly agendized, because it's a huge issue with certain people in the state. And Hank, you represent what I was told is the biggest heartburn in this state, and that's on the east, of doing away with the lines. So you have homework till December 2 to find out what's going on with your folks over there, because that's where I was told the biggest heartaches of doing away with lines was from the east.
I called 4 people on my way up here this morning. Oops, that's about it. And all 4 of them gave me a lecture on how quick we could get rid of it and how happy they would be, all from the east side of the state.
And obviously the NCA is going to be involved in this discussion again as well, and we need to be open with them. And
all I would say is, we don't want to stop the process on the reg to have a public conversation in December, when we can start having public conversations related to the reg in the work engage all along the way. We'll still have it as a topic. Maybe we propose, if we get this workshop and hearings going, that we don't bring it back as a regulatory change until the March meeting. I'm just saying, I'm reinforcing that we want to keep the process going, because I feel like that's been sitting out there for a while with the change in leadership and all that stuff that we've had over here. So engage with the workshops that are going to go on between now and then. We'll put it on the agenda with the President's permission as a discussion item, not as an action item, at the next meeting in December. And then maybe we can have some kind of resolution by passage in March.
Why not a decision item?
Well, if we get through the workshops and we feel like we have enough support for you guys to feel comfortable making a decision by December, I'm in total support of that. I didn't know that was what I was hearing.
I thought when we started this district boundary idea that the district lines were NRS.
No, district lines are NAC.
They are?
Yeah. Okay. Which is what we're working on. But I think that relates to NRS by making the state border the only district line in the state. One district is how you address, and I'll go research this and find out. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but how you would address not having to have trip permits.
The trip permits have to go through the state veterinarian. That is animal health, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was basically an agreement of swap of, this is the history that I was told, that was basically a swap of duties based on some movement of Virginia range management from the state vet to animal ID, basically said, well, if you deal with that, I'll deal with this. And so that's all old.
And we had a huge,
stool.
at that time we had a huge unknown too, and that was where the feds were going to go with traceability.
Yeah, which
now
is way on top of all of this.
Ramona?
Sorry. One update that's important that I forgot to announce is that we have offered the position, and he has accepted the state veterinarian's position, is Michael, help me, boy, Greenlee? Greenlee? Okay. He's currently employed with USDA APHIS in Austin, Texas, and then would be coming out and starting October 7th, which will then also give them the opportunity to engage in this conversation and have some sit-downs with several of you, I'm sure.
Does that position need to be pre-grad board?
No.
And second question, does he have a retirement from USDA?
Assuming he wasn't working for free. I would also.
Have we heard the story?
When we take a break, I can individually, if you have questions on the individual or the process that we went through,
back to the permits, or to the brand line, district lines. It might be worth putting out the word to the industry, be sure and show up to those workshops. I mean, I know you're already doing that, but then
go through all the
issue on the
professional.
district line.
We go through all the professional associations, posted 3 ways to sign in. Sure. And I would ask you all to help us that way too, because you're
Put up or shut up notice in there somewhere.
Right. This is your time. Come fully loaded.
This twice.
You don't have any dates on any of that, right?
No, I don't believe so, but, we might be able to do some sidebars with Flynn. Flynn will be driving that process.
Dan, did you have something? Or you were just saying you're going to get the word out?
We'll let you. And then last thing that I had is Nevada Grown. I'll let you know where we're at with that brand program. We've had a little bit of controversy with the Nevada Grown program as of late. We get some of the players' initials wrong. But basically, there was monies that were tied to some of the dealings of Senator Reed, and then to the Wildlife Foundation, NIFWF. And basically, NIFWF has funded WNCC, or WNC, Western Nevada College, Specialty Crops Program. I believe this is accurate. Bob, correct me. I'm going to ask Bob to give some more information here in a second, because he knows more about it than I do. But to do a multitude of things. One of those pieces that that the folks at WNC, which would be Ann, I never get her last name right, Luella, decided to do is to try to promote the Nevada Grown label through a purchase or whatever you call it. So they're basically doing recipes that you can utilize Nevada Grown product for in the paper. And that funding went directly from WNC to the Reno Gazette to do that whole process. Well, in the process, there's folks in the ag industry that are concerned, that have voiced concerns that Nevada Grown is now being supported by and I wanted to clarify that is not accurate, that they are basically paying for an ag promotion piece in the Reno Gazette, and Nevada Grown is tied to that. Nevada Grown's funding comes from the use of their label, their organization as a promotional piece, and then their actual unofficial management is done by Jeff Sudich, who is our ag marketing coordinator. Tomorrow we meet with the Nevada Grown board to hammer out the final memorandum of understanding relative to our role and authorities with the brand and label. But what we're trying to do, again, is to transfer Nevada Grown, which initial point and focus was on a small, local producer, to give them some market advantage, to give them some promotion for their product, to represent larger agriculture promotion in the state. If it's a Nevada agriculture product, it's a Nevada Grown, much like we have Alaska Grown, Florida Fresh, Idaho, what was Idaho's? Say you'd seen it on the Oregon was Oregon.
I forget the title.
Yeah, there's several. And then we're actually going to propose a second label that would be Nevada's Best. You'd have Nevada Grown as Nevada's Best, and the Nevada's Best can be utilized for anything that's produced in Nevada. So, for example, you can store salsa, but it doesn't have 60% of the contents grown in Nevada, so it doesn't qualify for so that we can label a product as it leaves the state and as leaves the nation, as well as it's being utilized within the state. And we're also going to talk to the Nevada Grown board tomorrow, and hopefully get to put out a press release or some kind of communications clarifying the funding source and its interaction with the brand as it is.
For the record, Hank Goldberg, a few short years ago, if my Alzheimer's doesn't get in the way, there was quite a controversy with the dairy guys because a lot of their milk was going to California, and the California guys blocked it because it wasn't a California dairy product or something like that, and they tried to kind of stop them from going over the hill. Are we going to get into those same problems? Like with that patent milk plant, they'll have to bring the milk from California and from Idaho to I mean, there's a whole industry's going to have to be built if we're 25,000 dairy cows short right now. Things like that. Is there, how?
There's rules to
There's
how
rules
the
to the
label,
percentage?
Yeah, how the label works. So, for example, if in the rule as it stands in Nevada Grown currently is if 60% product makes the whole of whatever it is that's being sold as a product, that sack powder, 60% of it is Nevada, then it can be a Nevada Grown label. Which is why then we want to have the second label, so that if only 40% of it's Nevada Grown, then we can say it's Nevada's Best and it's something that's produced in Nevada versus being totally grown independent product.
And the reason I brought that up is what is going to happen along the same lines with dairy. There were some folks that wanted to have organic milk. but yet the shot that you give them that makes them produce so much more milk, it doesn't show up in the milk. So there's no way to measure it. So is the Department of Agriculture going to have to hire a cadre of people to enforce whether it is Nevada grown or whether it's...
This is a marketing and promotion, it's not a
Okay.
Two different issues. Organic is a federal certification that we administer for NDA, and it is a process, not an outcome. So they would have to go through whether it's an organic plant or it's an organic critter. They have to be able to show the processes that they have on the facility that it meets the requirements for organic certification. So that dairy either could or could not, based on what they were doing in their management style, their management procedure. And they would try to certify or request to certify through the Department of Agriculture representing us.
Which we could not do because they couldn't, you could get as Mr. Carrazzo said, you could get a gallon of milk from an organic dairy and a gallon of milk right off the shelf, and you can't detect one from the other.
But that's not what organic certification is. Organic certification does not measure the end product. It sets up the process of the production. The example, and I'll give you another example where there's a common misunderstanding. The bill that they passed on marijuana dispensaries and cultivating marijuana in the state of Nevada last session. One line in there says, which we missed and no one contacted us about, says that the marijuana would have to be tested by an outside facility to determine if it is organic or non-organic. No such test exists because there is no difference in the final product. The organic refers to the process by which it was produced, not the chemical makeup or outcome. So we have statute that's requiring something that is impossible to do. Plus another cadre of other issues tied with that specifically. So if we're talking that...
You're good at bringing up cadres.
Yeah.
There.
So if there is that sack of milk, it could have an organic label on it if the producers that did that batch all certified as organic producers. And it would also be able to have a Nevada grown on it if 60% of the producers in that bag or that production came out of Nevada. If it didn't, then it would qualify for a Nevada Best label, which says it was produced in Nevada, the process that happened in Nevada. And some of to give you a reference of why that's important, or why we're chasing this and why we see this as important. First off, a lot of the powder, well, 90%, correct me, Lynn, if I mess up on this, the largest majority of the powdered milk is going to be sent to China. And yeah, and that market, they want to know where things are coming from because they want to know it's not coming from China because they've got some issues relative to heavy metals in their soil and water and issues like that. So that's why they're aggressively buying product from other countries on that side of things. They're consuming. Additionally, all the Asian countries along there are very much into the local production of where it came from. So when I was in South Korea and we're going through the grocery stores, they had pictures of the California producer that was providing the avocados that they were consuming. They had pictures of the Oregon producer that was providing the blueberries that they were consuming. It's a big deal, and that's why they asked us in a press conference there, one of their meat publications in South Korea, specifically why the Nevada and Utah didn't sell their meat internationally. Was it an inferior product? Well, it's not processed in Nevada, so we haven't been able to capture that. Conversation that I had with Dave this morning, is we need to pursue, is there a way that we can follow Nevada livestock through the process and on that end label get a Nevada grown or Nevada best label on it. This all comes back to the importance of the industry because the more that we get the label out there that says this was a Nevada product that was produced in Nevada, the more we make our citizenry understand how important Nevada agriculture is to our economy, to our food safety, to our citizens' livelihood. And that's something I don't feel that we've done a good job of overall. I think we've done in parts and pieces. I think right now the reason that we're chasing the Nevada Grown label is that it's established and it's kind of got its wheels under it, and it's something that I think we can hit the ground running with and get bigger payoff on the long term. But the Nevada Grown Board and us are going to have to be on the same page in terms of this is representative of Nevada agriculture, not small versus large, not niche versus major, but Nevada agriculture. And then on our side, we're going to have to become better at being able to figure out a way to deal with the label all. I mean, I may have to have some folks go out, and this is the staffing issue you're referring to, Nate. Rather than monitoring, I may have to have somebody go run through the potato section, count out 30%, make 30% stickers on each one of those potatoes, so that we can get credit for it. But you know, basically that's the effort. We're trying to really get out. We have an agriculture industry, and it's important to the state.
Please include my industry. As of the last 3 years, Nevada's wool clip is the most sought after wool clip in the United States of America. It is through the cooperative use of the Raptor 7 rams and other reasons. We, however valuable that might be, that's where we're at.
And I think that's where we've got to, and that's where Jeff has got to make contacts throughout the multitude of industry sectors to get, you know, so Jeff would need to talk to Hank to find out, okay, what's the marketing process once the wool's sheared and clipped, where does it go from there? Can we follow it through the, well, but that may be where it's, you know, it's siloing that material as processed. And then that goes back to helping us build agriculture infrastructure in Nevada so that more of it can be labeled and fully processed, which is a whole other economic development conversation that this connects to. But anyway, the point of my update is I knew there had been some concerns and talks about Nevada Grown. And did I represent that accurately, Bob, or did I screw it up?
Yeah, I think that's really accurate. I think where the confusion came in, and I'm still educating myself on this, is that money came to WNC. WNC is what is the promotional thing. Nevada Grown, Home Meats Delicious as part of their promotion. So Nevada Grown isn't receiving anything of the money. But it's used to replace.
You were talking, Ramona Morrison for the record, you were talking about the meat products. What is there any, maybe you already answered this, but just to clarify, is there any attempt to try to say Nevada Grown equals organic, or is Nevada Grown Nevada Grown?
Nevada Grown is Nevada Grown. It has its own rules, and you can't tie it together with organic because that's a federal program that's totally separate.
Well, then that raises a question because I know my brother was marketing cattle organically until they started complaining about wattles and castration when he was done. And so anyway.
Yeah, and the way that translates in Nevada, I mean, basically, it's a federal program, federal requirement. It's a value-added marketing process. Which goes back to any research or comparisons that have been done. There's no nutritional difference between an organic product and a non-organic product. So it's a value-added certification program that the feds run. Now, to give you an idea, though, of how that translates in some Asian markets, this is one example. When we were in Singapore touring a natural foods organic store, they had a half gallon of USDA U.S. organic honey, $150 American. And they had no problem moving. There's a tremendous amount of wealth in Asia, and they're an emerging market and an emerging citizenry, and they want what they want. So I think that's where, whether you're in Nevada, Oregon, or anywhere, it makes good business sense to try to figure out what it is they want and market towards that, because that's market value.
Also, in case anybody didn't see the news release, they're not calling it cool, but the cool program is back in the press. And we need to keep a close eye on that because a lot of us in the industry talk about this this morning, we don't have the luxury of just saying that. Just keep in Nevada, we won't get our calves sold. It has to be a national. And the main, if you guys remember, the pool program was to disseminate between Canadian, South American, but we as American producers were the ones that were required to send our beef came from the U.S. It wasn't the requirement of the Canadians or Mexico or South America to say where their meat came from. So that's back in the news too, so we have to keep a close eye on that. But the bottom line is right now, for the cow and calf producer in Nevada, it has to be a national co-op.
Right.
Or else they're not going to get, calves aren't going to be bought.
And since we're on this topic too, I'll give you an update. And the USADA board set the next mission for Vietnam and Beijing, China, and then maybe a city, a smaller sub-regional city north of Beijing. And so all the directors, secretaries, commissioners of agriculture will go on that USADA trade mission this coming April at some point. So I'll be representing Nevada as well, because Vietnam is a hugely emerging economy, and they are 110% USA product focused, which is interesting because basically all the equipment that we left behind during the Vietnam War, they're still utilizing, and they want parts to it, and they see that as the best equipment ever because it's lasted all these years, which tells them that the U.S. product is the best product in the world. And so they're heavy interested in consuming U.S. product. So quite a dynamic over our lifetimes. Any other questions you have for me update-wise?
Yeah.
I've been trying to get my hands around what connotates organic or what isn't organic. And I was surprised that there's a lot of chemicals.
Maybe to do with the organic certification rules. Processes.
Organic. Then there's a list that the chemicals that cannot be in an organic certified. A lot of people are running around thinking organic is just freely grown, watered with clean water. No fertilization, no chemical fertilization, which I think I was so surprised to find how erroneous that I thought organic meant or what it is. I'm going to go to some folks down to get a bunch of education material and try to get that out there.
You know, and maybe something that would be, and this is up to you guys as board members, that you'd be interested in is if we had, and Steve's got a part on here later on, not related, well, sort of related, it's the organic board. But maybe we would have Steve during one of the upcoming meetings kind of present on the organic program and requirements. Would you guys be interested in that? Has it been a while since you've seen that? So we can add that as a future agenda item as well.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sparks, just in case, is Dawn there?
Yes.
Okay, Dawn, thank you for being patient. Just wanted to see if we had to go get you. Jim, do you have anything else? Yeah, Sparks, did you have any questions on Jim's report before we move on?
No.
We've been, what time is it?
10 till
11. Is everybody okay with a 10-minute break to use the restroom? And Dawn, we'll be right back with you, okay?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask that Steve go first when we come back?
Oh, you just direct whoever you want. Oh, you want to change the actual agenda?
Yes, sir.
So you want consumer equitability to go first?
No. Section B and 4 to go before A.
Okay, no problem. We'll
Thank
go
you.
ahead and you bet, take a 10-minute break, we're off the record.
Okay, one other thing I brought for you just to take a look at is a side-by-side relative to the current farm bill negotiations, just as information, who knows what's going to come out of it. A long ways from that high-value crop. Those programs, I might start I might other than if you run into anything that would meet that criteria, is there any indication that would be a good distilled product to make a, I mean, that's not what's going to allow people to work on an idea. I don't come up to April. You can, because the climate's not like Indonesia and all those other places. Being either extract or the itself, go product and give it unique.
Good, nice to see you. Mr. Hillary, nice to see what the report was.
It's going to be information on Nevada made products, but that part, I don't
now
think
that
we
SB
do it.
433 trumps what we've been doing in the
We would
workshop,
probably import
that's going to be
any.
Now it's time to do this.
down the road.
Saying that it is.
But what I am looking to do is get everybody's concerns and issues and input as to how to craft the NAC. So what we put in the NAC
Now, the
supplement.
federal laws,
So we tried to make it pretty clear, so there shouldn't be much.
It depends on what it is. If it's 75%
Acting enough
and produced
like
and
that.
raised on that farm,
They weren't going to give it in.
is that right?
No, stay right there. The advantages of what just happened is that it pretty much brings the issue right to the front. It specifies exactly what they want. And now at this point, we just craft the indicators.
Well, that's true.
And I want to get everybody's input on it, so that we don't have to revisit this. I mean, so it's a done deal. And then. So that's kind of what the intention is. The national legal and sugar. Oh, we gave a presentation and part of it regarding taking away the impact.
And you really good for
Great question.
About 90, only a third of the that they have. So they want to reparade again.
I don't have our because we didn't have one on the truck up, so we did.
But it is education, so. We'll take coordinates today on.
Sure.
They can.
I'll call Jeff.
Right, so anyway, well, yeah, we try to make it simple.
Check, I ain't looking, the next action I'm looking to go for is other.
But I never know what exactly.
I don't have the unit weighed out now from the legislature. Or DAG, whether or not we can obtain the same FCD file number for removing the new line, but hearing, that's when we'll have the polished language all dolled up for. So that's where we're at, but I'll go through all that.
I mean, we're just a little. Man,
Huh?
That's the way it does. Yes, that's great.
Oh, man. Oh, look, there's still a line for the restaurant.
Well, I'll extend it with
And then we break down on this board. See, I have trouble with organic. Everything is organic. There's always, it's all by someone's definition sit down. And the thing is, it's actual quality control. In any organic program. Release any better. No.
Take a right hand and then just sign up.
And had their proper withdrawal funds. If I treat down with pneumonia, there's, and then give it the proper withdrawal funds, that's the one I'd rather have than the one that was chronically sick and couldn't treat, so it's getting more.
Well, if you do environmental, they didn't do a special use permit up here for the large crowd that's over here. There's no extra restrooms. Let's get on all the understanding of this thing. Totally lack.
Send a picture, if you send a picture around to the producer, send a picture of the meter around of what happens to the. Change the map.
How's your readings, Bruce?
He's flying into Madrid, I believe. I think that's compromised in I was surprised he was really.
Crowds out what you're gonna use.
That's correct.
But three of those are basically you have it in your no, you have to qualify. Okay. You just have to qualify. I was thinking that. That way, you're not very happy with the allocation. Oh, man. It looked like private sector, they're getting so dry, it's water's dry, because we had a situation coming out of here. Very tall. His wife's gone. Glad to see. He's done a good job. High metal fire,
you put it back then.
Well, a little past, I don't know, that's a lot.
And it started in behind your too? Oh, behind the other, yeah. Sorry.
Well, it was weird, it started behind the garden, see it on the front.
Good copy. I guess I take the last go for it. Sure, we can ask them more. Yeah, I read it also. I was wondering why I didn't go to Elko, now I know.
Oh, wait.
It burned down in the hill.
Brother outside, is that all right for you? It's been pretty nice. It ain't too bad, I mean, you know, it's gonna be 90, what, 90, 97 today, but it's cooling down. Fall's coming early, you know why? And our crops, like our corn, is tasseling out a lot sooner than it normally does. So we're kind of an experimental, a lot of different varieties of corn. But it's really nice. Different varieties of corn. I grew up in Iowa. Farm. We raised a lot of corn, a lot of soybeans. That's amazing. Yeah, we had cattle in the feedlot, back cattle. What's the ratio of corn to soybean about? Is it like 10? Corn? Yeah. I wouldn't even think it, okay. And you are, a lot of times there's. And here you go. You're both here regarding, but I mean, what are they, what's the market? Okay, you're representing. Pardon? Okay, yeah, okay. I'm trying to think, so if you're on the field side. Can you sit next to, okay, I'm trying to get a mental picture. She works about 30. Okay. Do me a favor, can I get your business cards too? That way I can include you on the email. You're gonna have a work. Right. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be an actual sincere, genuine workshop in which we get everybody's good ideas to add to the regulations so that everybody has had input and we don't have to revisit manganese again. No. So anyway, that's going to be the intent. I'll go through all the details in the presentation. I'll keep it short. You don't want to wait days there. So anyway, right there, my presentation won't be long. And what I'll probably do is these punch something, you guys can grab me by the collars outside the door, and then you can knock what you want. No, you gotta stay here and take notes. No. I think I'm almost the last short. It's okay. So you get just the cost, not a problem. And then I don't know what I'm supposed to say. That's what we do. I mean, on our yeah. Just wait a minute. Yearly is. I went out there. I was asking. You were right on your answer on the hearing. When I walked outside, Kathy says, "Yeah, you about there, you were there." Somebody be on the meeting. Is something here on facility water, BBG, right? Takes 15 steps. We run through this, right? 15 steps out there over. So it's already proven because and then they pour a lot of water on it. Pretty clear. They ran for the water, but it's still. Finishing feed then? Finishing cattle, yes. It's part of the ration because it's on the seed. We never did any of that back on the farm. We always had corn starch. Yeah. And then we had.
Jay, are you ready on that end?
Jay's not here, but did he turn that off?
No.
Oh, I don't think he did. All right, so if we're still recording, we ought to be all right.
We're still recording?
Yes.
Yes, apparently. We should be fine.
All right, we're back on the record. We're still on item, we've moved item 4, and we're going to start with 4B. Right, Dawn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
4B requests approval for nominations to the Nevada Organic Advisory Council. This is for action, and you have 2 bios in front of you. Do we have a presentation by staff?
For the record, this is Steve Marty. I'm an agriculturist up here in the Sparks office in the Plant Industry Division. Perhaps before we address the agenda item, I wanted to direct you to the USDA Organic Program website. That's at AMS, like Ag Marketing Service, .usda.gov/NOP, like National Organic Program. Let me know if you need that again.
Do it one more time.
Again, that was ams.usda.gov/NOP.
You want us to pull that website up on our smartphones?
No, well, at your leisure, but just as far as educational materials, that kind of thing, what is organic, what is not organic, etc. A good resource to get some information is all.
So you're responding to the earlier conversation.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
And on to the agenda item, we are asking for approval of the nomination of Lindsay Dixon and Nicole Salaberry to the Nevada Organic Advisory Council. The term is 3 years. Qualifications: Lindsay Dixon is the head of organic and food safety activities at Perry & Sons Farms in Yerington. Nicole Salaberry is a founding partner of the Great Basin Community Food Co-op here in Reno. Both very qualified. We're excited to have them on board, and the last hurdle or step in that process is board approval.
Is there any questions or comments, Mr. Spratler?
The only comment I have is in the past, historically, I am fully behind having an organic program for certification and that entire process. Where we had a problem in the past was that was a springboard to go out and promote a niche product, organic, and as opposed to the rest of the industry. And that did cause some problems, and I think that we need to make sure that these people are inclined not to go that direction with their appointment to the board.
Any comments? All I hear are the crickets.
I have none here.
Yes, Ms. Morrison.
Do we know the backgrounds of these people with regard to Boyd's question? Because I have the same concern. Ramon Morrison for the record.
For the record, Steve Marty. Again, Lindsay Dixon, currently the head of organic and food safety operations at Perry & Sons. Nicole Salaberry, founding member, current employee of the the Great Basin Community Food Co-op. Those positions are what we're assessing the candidates on, as far as that's what the council and the director assess the candidates on. They're more than qualified to serve on the council. The council members are aware of their role as dictated by NAC. The advisory council may advise the director and the State Board of Agriculture as far as the certification program is concerned. They may also provide information and educational services to the public and to producers and handlers of ag products in the state. They're well aware of their role. Those problems are well in the past. I wish we wouldn't dwell on them, to be honest. I understand your concerns, but these folks are more than qualified to serve on this board. They're willing to do so without compensation, and I would politely request that we approve them to serve on that council. They're an asset there, and again, that council is well aware of their role and are doing pretty well to fulfill their role with zero funding right now.
As the director, I would reinforce that again they're in advisory capacity, but I would also reinforce with Steve and with the program, and I can do that personally with the board members, not this board, but the organic advisory board, that they don't have necessarily a promotion authority or promotion role. That role lies in the director's office in the board of agriculture, and as such, being able to put together for promotion of agriculture, and as such, the agency will put all agriculture parts, pieces, or things that we're outlining with at the time. So I would just reinforce that from the director's office, that I'll make sure that message is carried to the organic agriculture.
The thing is, and I don't know those people, and they're probably extremely qualified. I'm not questioning that in the least. I'm just saying that we basically ignored the potential for what was happening with that council at one time, and it came back to bite the department and I think the board. So I'm just saying, I'm just throwing that out there for awareness, whether it needs, it might be uncomfortable to bring it up, but it's something we can't walk away from again.
Steve, I think the board is looking for a heard, understood, and acknowledged.
Sorry, Jim, I didn't catch that. This is Steve Marty.
Yeah, Steve, this is Jim. I think the board is looking from you that you've heard their concern, you understand their concern, you acknowledge their concern, and will communicate that with the advisory board and ensure that that doesn't happen.
That is, in fact, the case, Jim, and we do acknowledge that. I do acknowledge that. However, I do not have control over that board, and I would suggest if the board wants to communicate with the Organic Advisory Council, that they do so directly, and they've been invited to participate in meetings and other functions on numerous occasions and declined that opportunity or invite. So acknowledged, but again, if there needs to be a better bridge, I would say that the board contact the Advisory Council directly. if they really want to reiterate that.
Don,
Yes.
can you verify to me that the concerns of the board will be transferred and related to the Organic Advisory Board? I think
Yes.
that's what the Board of Ag is politely asking for, and I'm not sure that we've got a response reflecting that.
Yes, we will relay this to them.
Thank you, my concern, that's it.
Thank you very much. And it's hard to see with this video issue exact faces, but I didn't indicate an attitude on this end. So appreciate it on the other end. Thank you. Jim, you had something.
Yes, Jim Snyder. I can just say that in the case of Lindsay Dixon, she works for Perry and Sons, and they have organic as well as conventional, so there is some balance there.
And that's all the board is asking.
Well,
That this whole issue is about agriculture in general, and that organic is not the only thing out there. Go ahead, Ms.
Ramona
Martin.
Morrison, I'd like to clarify because that was kind of a strong response coming back from Reno. Our only concern, Sparks, yeah, where I live.
Right now, we probably should get it right.
Wasn't Reno.
But the concern is these are people some of us don't know at all. And so we're basically taking your recommendation and just wanted a verification of that recommendation with regard to these people. It wasn't intended by any stretch of the imagination as a criticism toward the organic program or toward the individuals specifically. We just needed to have some clarification with regard to their position.
We understand, thank you.
So, if I don't hear any more comments or hand raised, Mr. Sprouling, I'll give you the pleasure if you would like.
I move that we accept these two nominations for the Organic Council.
I second.
Mr. Sprouling made the motion, Ramona Morrison made the second. Is there any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimous. Okay, Dawn.
I've been told by our IT person I can go up to where you guys can hear me better, so I'll be moving.
We can hear you really good, though, from there, if you'd rather.
Can you hear me better from here, or no?
But it's always good to see your lovely face, so that's okay, too.
Jay, which is better? Okay, Jay's telling me to come up here, and I have to turn sideways to see you, I apologize. And if at any point you cannot hear me, please stop me and let me know. There have been points down here where we can't quite hear you guys. It's coming in and out. And I'm not sure if it's the same up there. So thank you, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, I will give an update for the Plant Industry Division for the past quarter. I'll start with the Pest Control Licensing and Enforcement Program. I believe you have this packet with you, and I will just be hitting the highlights. I'm not going to go over all of it verbatim. It's about 4 pages long. For the Pest Control Licensing and Enforcement Program, AB 20's passage was very good in doing a lot of housekeeping and cleanup that Lee Lawrence needed to have done in those statutes. He has, in the last quarter, they've had 15 unlicensed landscape companies that were brought into compliance. 4 pest control companies were in violation for a total of $10,625 in fines. And I will remind the board that those fines are then returned to the county in which the violation was assessed to the school districts for integrated pest management activities. There was 1 agriculture pest control company which was fined, and the rest was just some regulatory, some labeling redones and informational things done, given out to industry. For the plant pathology program, this is Dr. Shawal Wang's program. They've so far done a total of 2,145 acres of both potato and crop fields to survey for potato cyst and nematode. Of those, so far, 600 samples have all been negative. In working with USDA APHIS, they're collecting samples to look for different exotic phytoplasma strains
and so far there have been none detected. In looking at P. ramorum, which is the cause for sudden oak death, we've had 2 trace forward surveys conducted, none found in Nevada. For the stem nematode and garlic seed certification, he's got approximately 40%, a little bit more than 40% of those samples analyzed, all negative for stem bulb nematode at this time. In this year, we had no instances of white rot disease found, which is really good news. We're doing something a little different with the seed potato virus and testing. Both Steve and Shawa have been working with Oregon to do some the nuclear generation of seed potatoes. Typically, Oregon does this because we don't have the capacity in our labs, but we're working toward having that capacity, and in doing so, we're working in a cooperative agreement with Oregon. Dr. Wang has done a great deal of work with the National Plant Diagnostic Network. He's working toward having our lab be one of the 3 labs currently certified in the country to do the kind of diagnoses on plant diseases. Next is Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. We've received this year approximately $250,000 in funds that will go out to 13 projects if approved by USDA. Entomology, Jeff has been doing what Jeff does best, which is giving information, lectures, doing workshops on how to identify insects both for pest control industry and the public. He's got several surveys ongoing for USDA CAPS insects. Should be noted that with Mormon cricket and grasshopper, the surveys have showed some slight increase in crickets, but a decrease in the number of grasshopper population numbers. He does have a new state record for a wood-boring beetle. This is a non-economic insect, purely for informational. For EPA, the program run by Chuck Moses, we've had this quarter a total of 92 pesticide-related inspections, 44 violations documented and dealt with. We've had 1 pesticide collection event in Reno on April 20th where they collected in one event 500 pounds of waste pesticide. Overall, so far this year, we've got about 50, almost 6,000 pounds of pesticide waste collected. 49 water samples in so far collected and analyzed. Those are ground and surface water. The Farm to School grant program is run by Ashley Jepson. She is really doing a great job. This is a new... Oh, yep.
Don?
Yes.
You're cutting in and out all of a sudden.
Uh-oh, okay.
That's the bandwidth.
That's I'm told that's bandwidth. Did you miss too much?
No.
No.
Okay.
It's not bandwidth here, it's Elko's bandwidth is slow.
Jay says it's Elko's bandwidth. Sorry. I'll go slower, maybe that will help. Ashley Jepson is running the Farm to School grant program. This is new to us, and she's really done a great job with it. She and Ed Foster are on the verge of being certified GAP in auditors. They have one more GAP audit to shadow, and they will be certified. We have held a GAP training here at NDA with 25 people participating. Ashley has also put together a garden food safety guideline, and she's in the process of working with school gardens to ensure that they are educated and aware of best agriculture practices. The organic and seed program overlaps a little bit with the information that Shawa has given. In terms of seed certification, allium quarantine, and organic inspections that they've been doing, they've so far had no fields rejected for the first time in several years. We've received certification applications for about 2,200 acres of alfalfa seed. Organic program is growing. 2 new clients this summer with 2 new clients in the certification process. The Noxious Weeds program, weed-free and gravel certifications are ongoing. The USDA Forest Service grants that we have gotten for the past 13 years are in the decline, as we were told they would be. We've been cut by about 35% this year. Biocontrol has one really interesting outcome. We released leafy spurge beetles in the Lamoille area in 2007. Past surveys have shown a 50% reduction in the leafy spurge with no other control methods other than biocontrol. Jamie and Robert have done a great deal of outreach, and especially in a regulatory capacity, the website has a new reporting online complaint form, and we're doing a lot of inspections related to the complaints that we've been receiving. The nursery program stock dealer licenses for the 2013-14 season is complete. The program is in the process of field testing paperless inspections, and it's working very well with the nursery program. I think that's going to be a pretty good deal for getting all of their stuff to be paperless. Along the same lines, the export certification program that Peggy runs, the feds are getting to roll out a new paperless federal export certificate, wherein we do all the same work, but the exporter is then able to print out the certificate on site rather than NDA doing it when we get back in the office. For fiscal year 2013, we did a total of 396 federal export certificates. Slight uptick in producer certificates, and that is due to farmers markets requiring people who are selling there to have producer certificates for eggs, and there's been an increased request for locally produced eggs. One last thing that I would like to just make you aware of is we're starting to have retirements. I'd like to say my staff is pretty well balanced right now with the older staff who are really good at what they do and new staff that are coming on with great new ideas and new energy. John Carpenter, who was working with the EPA program, who did the groundwater sampling and waste pesticide, has retired. And last month we hired Brett Allen, who previously was a seasonal employee for Dr. Wang in the plant pathology, so he has history and knowledge of the department. We think he's going to be a good fit. Lee Lawrence, who currently heads the pest control program, will be retiring in October, and we are looking at doing some recruiting to get somebody in to fill him. We also hired a northern inspector for the nursery program to take a little bit of that pressure off Peggy, and we are in the process of hiring a lab assistant for Choua, and that would be off of one of his pest detection grants. And that's what I have for my division, if you have any questions.
Any questions for Dawn? Yes, Paul.
Not a question, Paul Null for the record. Not a question, just a comment, Dawn. We really appreciate the new paperless inspection reports. Managers are greatly happy with that. It saves them a lot of time, and also at our corporate office we get those responses back so much quicker. It's really a good idea.
Excellent, thank you.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Any questions or comments? Anybody in Sparks?
I have a question for Don. Don, how, as we grow into this, Charlie Frey.
Thanks, Charlie.
As we grow into this organic area, how many additional employees are we going to have to hire to administer it if we were to go in?
Yes, and we are looking actually at starting recruitment for another one right now as we speak. And so all of that is going to be commensurate with how many businesses start to come on. The more they come on, the more we'll look at hiring more people to make sure that it's run properly.
I guess what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to review their application. Is that correct? And then go out and visit the site,
yes,
confirm that they are certified. And I just went on the USDA's website, and I think it's 2,500 pages. It looks like a certified grower.
It is yes, and it's a lengthy process.
Some of them have numerous products. I mean, growing different types of vegetables and stuff.
Yes.
So is this going to take a substantial amount of your time? Or, I mean, do you have any idea what that's going to take?
Well, not my time, but Steve's time certainly, and whoever we hire on to assist him. as we get more producers, yes, certainly that will become a larger program and require more staff.
How much of Perry's operation do they do certified organic? It's not all of it.
No, it's not. I couldn't tell you the
A
percentage.
small portion of it, right? Because I know that they were growing mustard weed to plow or disc under the ground to help fumigate the ground to prevent white rot and all kinds of diseases. And I think that's a big deal because it ends up costing them substantially more. And then you go out, or does the Department of Agriculture go out and investigate to ensure that Perry does that, or do they just test the soil? I guess I don't understand how they report back to you to prove that they're certified organic.
And keep in mind that this is a federally run program with federal guidelines and benchmarks that they have to meet. They submit to us on a yearly basis a farm plan that Steve then goes down and checks to ensure that they are making all of those benchmarks. Then there are inspections that are regularly scheduled throughout the year where we go out and do an audit to ensure that those things are being done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Charlie. Boyd Spratling?
No, this is Boyd Spratling. I'm coming off in the weeds here a little bit, but under the gap trading that you talked about, and they were going to become auditors or qualified to be auditors, that is for plant services, correct? Not necessarily for
Correct.
livestock.
Yes, at this time it's just plant.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Don? Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go
just
ahead.
to add, there's a lot of emerging issues around the FDA Food Modernization Act, and there's a lot of things in play right now relative to some rules that they put out, comment period on rules. At the next December meeting, that's another thing that we'll probably spend a little time focusing on, because depending upon how the rules go and the pressure applied to Congress, it will definitely be impacted by local producers, have a tremendous impact. And so we want to make you aware of that as well. And that kind of ties to this entire conversation and actually lays over both the plant division and Donnell's food and nutrition division. And so we're hoping that we have a little more material down that road which kind of ties to the good agriculture practices certification as well. So just as an FYI.
Thank you, Jim. All right, we'll move to item 5, consumer equitability. Dave Jones, are you there?
Yes, sir, right here.
Thank you, Dave. You're up, 5A. Update us on the NAC 581 workshops.
Right. For the record, I'm Dave Jones. I'm the administrator for consumer equitability, and I am responsible for items, agenda items 5A, 5B, and 5C. I will address 5A at this time. Regarding NAC 581, as you all know, we addressed this in 2 workshops previous. The issues that are specific to price verification and the hourly/mileage fee increase. In particular, in the past, we initiated 2 workshops. At the second workshop, the team of participants at that workshop requested a 6-month test in regards to price verifications. We tested 118 locations and determined that the initial test cost the department or the inspector 1 hour on the initial test and then 1 hour on any subsequent retest. Having said that, that test is complete. We are now developing the formulation fee for the point of sales businesses that have point of sale systems. I use point of sales systems synonymous with price verification. So if I inadvertently mix them up, they are the same thing. The formulation fee is right now we're looking at the test hours times the mileage, and then any times any rechecks that are required at that point.
I'm pleased to report that in 118 locations that we tested previous to this, 95% of them passed the point of sales testing, and there was an equal amount, roughly an equal amount of overage charges versus undercharges. So there was no trends identified that businesses were exploiting incorrect fees, or I'm sorry, incorrect prices on the products, commodities that they were selling. Having gone through the past of what we have done and where we are now, the intentions for the future is that we plan on implementing a 2014 fee structure for point of sales operations. And the plans include staffing, an increase in staff by 2, developing a simple database that's not linked to the current database, and then in the workshop that I will be conducting here shortly, I want to solicit from the community, the business community, methods by which to communicate to those businesses, whether it's letter, through the website, business network, so on and so forth. One interesting note for all of you, the board members that is that I've solicited input from adjacent states at the National Conference of Weights and Measures, and it's important for you all to know that Oregon does not conduct price verification / point of sales inspections. Washington does not conduct price verification. The city of Seattle does to a limited extent. Idaho does not conduct price verification except for on a complaint basis. Montana does not conduct a price verification. Utah does, but in the norm, on an annual basis, they used to inspect 800 locations. Last year, they reduced it to 300 locations. New Mexico does conduct price verifications, and their number is 1,000 on an annual basis. And then I was able to find out from one of the counties in California used to conduct price verifications, 800 on an annual basis, but they've now reduced their inspections down to 200. Again, this NAC revision, the 581 is important for several reasons. One is the NRS 581-67-18 mandates that we do provide these inspections, and then also the trend line is indicating that there are very limited price verifications conducted in the West region at this time. Subject to your questions regarding agenda item 5, subsection A, I'm standing by. Any questions at this time?
Yes, Dave, Mr. Spratling has one for you.
Check.
I hate to sound remedial here, but what's involved in a price verification inspection? What is your goal, and what do you try to accomplish with that?
Glad you asked. We know that in the state of Nevada there's 5,800 retail outfits. And what we have to do is we have to go out to the store and basically, if you will, pick up a box of Post Toasties. And the price on the Post Toasties is supposed to reflect the accurate price, or the same price on the shelf that it's being displayed. And then at that point, we've got to take that box of Post Toasties either up to the cash register, in other words, that's the point of sales system, and scan it to make sure that all three of those prices are identical. Does that answer the question?
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Okay, Dave.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can I go into agenda item 5B?
You betcha.
Okay, going into Agenda 5B, I'm pleased to report that the annual license billing went well. We stuffed envelopes on July 30th and 31st. There were about 2,600 letters / packets that we sent out. Thanks to Brandon and Kathy, I guess Kathy's gone now, and Joanne, who came up here to help me put all that together. The distribution of letters went flawless. What I do want to elaborate on is that we had 3 deltas that are, in other words, differences from last year to this year. The first delta is that the Treasurer's Office changed the Bank of America to now Wells Fargo. That's a change. The second change that we initiated in this particular communication was thanks to Bob Conrad and his quick work with the survey, produced the survey for us, and we were able to get that link on the annual billing license. So that was kind of a neat deal, and it reduced a lot of maintenance on our side of the house. So thanks, Bob, for that support there. And then the third delta for the annual billing license is that we requested email addresses from all the licensees so that we can start positioning ourselves in regards to new databases that we're dealing with in the future, because we would like to be able to have that email address. Subject to everybody's questions, that concludes my presentation for the agenda item 5B. Do I have any questions?
Dave, you do, from the chairman. I had a individual from the dairy business ask how come their fees for testing their scales is being sent to Los Angeles.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have a good answer for that.
Somebody does, Dave.
I can find out for you if you'd like.
Jim's going to take the floor.
Okay.
Actually, the change in the bank was a result of Wells Fargo's offered us a better deal relative to the Dropbox, but the Dropbox for those checks is located in Los Angeles. And basically what they do in doing that is they actually process and deposit all the checks and provide us with an online viewing of the checks and consolidate our invoices. So it's basically an efficiency. Efficiency at a lower fee than we were at our previous bank. So yes, that's where the Dropbox is located.
So you changed banks altogether.
Correct.
And Wells Fargo gave you a better deal if the money goes directly to where you would send it anyways if it was made out and sent to Reno. Or, excuse me, Sparks.
Correct. Exactly. And then the second thing that I wanted to add comment to his presentation, survey Bob has developed, we're doing through all of our divisions, and basically we're trying to start to get a customer service survey going with all the folks that we do business with, so that we can find out where we have issues, so that we can clearly articulate that and make change according to those issues. That will also be true for the administrative division itself. In other words, we serve the divisions, so the administrative division will have a survey that goes out to our divisions for them to respond to our capabilities. So we're really trying to be transparent. That's one of the things that we also promised to the legislature in this last session. And so what we're looking at is we're going to do one now, we're going to do one in January, and then we're going to do one basically every January on an annual basis. But by doing it in January, that will give us the capability to sort that survey and be able to help share that information not only with the Board of Ag, but with the legislature as we go into each one of those legislative years and be able to hopefully chart progress numbers. Recession or sliding back in our capabilities. That's the idea. To be able to really target our customer service capabilities.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Yes.
Come out with your billing?
Yes.
Dave, if there's no more questions there in Sparks or here, we'll move on to 5C, which is to update the board on the manganese workshops, SB 433. I understand this isn't a decision item, but we will have to open it up for public comment when you're done.
Yes, sir, understood. Just to give you the information as to where we were, where we are now, where we're moving forward to. In the past, as you know, the director took the lead on manganese, and we requested and got approval for workshops and hearings. We conducted 2 workshops and 1 hearing, and was about ready to move the action forward for adoption, but we were basically trumped, if you will, by Senate Bill 433 that gave us some more requirements in regards to the manganese additive. If you would now, at this point, please refer to your files or your documents. Please note that you have LCB file number R189-12, which is what we used as our operating base, and you also have SB 433. If you reconcile the two, what you will find is that there are some salient differences. First of all, is that that there is additional language added to the label, in which we had 1 line. There are now 3 lines added to that label. The second delta is that there is a requirement for a posting duration, and that's predicated on the documentation and the delivery of the fuel in 6 months. I believe that, I'm not looking at it now, but I believe it's a 6-month posting based on the last delivery if that fuel, or gasoline, specifically it's gasoline, contains manganese. In addition to that, we had a smaller sized label that was going to be mounted on the pump, but that has been plussed up to I think 4 inches by 4 inches. So the size of the label itself has been changed. And then also there is a requirement also that specifies or that specifies more, or is greater than what we looked at before in regards to fuel transfer documentation. So we're going to have to address that also. Having said all that, moving forward, what I will be doing is now at this point developing and coordinating a new workshop. The workshop itself will pertain to soliciting industry input and public input regarding those new requirements. Additional to that, I will be running the new language through the DAG's office and the LCB to determine the final LCB file number, and at that point I will be presenting the revised LCB file number to the at a hearing, and then following the hearing I will present it and request that the BOE or the BOA make the adoption of the final LCB file number in support of SB 433. Subject to your questions, that concludes this portion of agenda item 5C, information.
Dave, real quick, does any of this have to go to the JAG?
To who?
Never mind. I'm Jim, you have the floor.
Just to basically cutting to the chase on what's happened here is we've got NRS that has eliminated the necessity of the NAC that we were proposing. And the NRS is very specific to a level that if you read under SB 433 there, the first statement under Section 3 is the State Board of Agriculture shall adopt regulations. And then it specifies pretty much for the most part what those regulations are. So we're going to try to get this through process by December and give you the easiest vote you've had all year in December. because NRS is mandating that you adopt the regulations as spelled out below. There's very little wiggle room in terms of independent thought from the industry involvement in the workshop process. Probably would have been a lot easier if they just would have said the Department of Ag shall versus the board shall. I'm basically agreeing with who we have to jump through. Well, we want to get that underway because this law is effective January 1st of 2014. So we want to try to bring this to you as a final approval by the December board.
Thank you, Jim. Any other questions for Dave Jones? Sparks?
No.
All right, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
I'll open it up now for public comment on this item. Any public comment?
Appears not.
Hearing none? Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, food and nutrition programs.
We've got a little handout for you. All up to date on all the different programs. For the record, Donnell Barton, the Food and Nutrition Division Administrator. And so this morning what I'd like to do before I get into background about how we became the Food and Nutrition Division. About a year and a half ago, the state brought together all of the nonprofit agencies and all of the government agencies that had something to do with feeding folks. So it could also inspection folks, Dairy Commission, the staff, Special Nutrition Assistance Program, some children's programs. And so at that first meeting, we started to talk about how we could be more efficient and effective. And so they looked at what was the low-hanging fruit. And so child nutrition, commodity food programs, better known as USDA food programs, and the Dairy Commission were considered that low-hanging fruit. And so the food security group originally came together as a group, and then we put together this budget for the legislative session, and we became the Food and Nutrition Division. It sounds a lot easier than it was to get through all that, but we're here now and we're happy to be here. So just a couple of things. Some of the goals for the division are to increase the agriculture and economic opportunities. The child nutrition program brings in about $120 million a year to the state to feed the children, and that gives a good opportunity for processors or producers to be able to participate in those programs. Not that we would give preferential treatment, we can, but if they're here, we can look for locally grown products to use in the schools. So it's a way to increase the agriculture economy. Increasing food security, that with the food security group, instead of calling it hunger issues, we decided to put it in a positive spin and to call it food security issues. Now we'll also be, it's not in the book, but we'll also be talking about food safety. Promoting locally produced agricultural products. We partnered with the Agricultural Division on the Farm to School grant before we became a part of that division, and creating effective and efficient program administration. So those are our main goals as we form, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. And then down below are all of the different programs that we're going to be administering, and I'll go over those a little bit in more detail for you. And then we also have responsibility for the Dairy Commission to provide wholesome, nutritious dairy products and promote a business climate. So if we flip over to the food distribution programs, we have what we call entitlement programs and grant programs. And for entitlement programs, as long as we can prove that we have a need, we get the money from the federal government. And we actually leave quite a bit of money at the table at the federal level. And I'll talk about that when we get into child nutrition. But for the food distribution programs, underneath entitlement, it's really a grant, and it's based on the number of meals that were served in the National School Lunch Program, the Child Adult Care Food Program, and the Summer Food Service Program. And then based on that number of meals, it's taken times 22.75 cents, and that's the amount of money that we have coming in for commodities. So we've served 37 agencies and about $10 million last federal year. Then the commodity processing program is connecting those raw commodities to processors to produce food for us. So it could be Tyson that's producing chicken nuggets. It could be Ardella's that's producing pizzas for the school districts, or Piaggio's that also produces pizzas. So it's those kinds of products. So those products, the raw products, get sent off to the producers to develop. And that's one of the things that could happen here in Nevada. So that's a benefit for us. Then we have the Nutrition Services Incentive Program, and actually it's funding that goes to the Aging and Disability Services Division. So we're actually funding agencies, not people. So there's 17 sites that are being served, and it's $114,000. So it'd be like those adult daycare centers, places like that, senior centers, where those funds are going into. Then on the next page, we have what we call the household programs, and these are going to individuals. The first one is what we call TFAP, Emergency Food Assistance Program, and it served last year about 40,000 people, and $6 million went into that program. Basically, they get a box, and it'll have canned fruits and vegetables, dried products, fruit juices, meat and poultry, rice, soups, those types of things that are made available through USDA Foods. Then we have the food distribution program on Indian reservations, and with that one, we've served 12 of the reservations here in Nevada, and there are approximately 500 folks that are served and about 281,000. Again, it's a box. Each month they come into the site and they fill out papers to show that they're qualified, and they receive the box. And on the next page, we have the Commodity Supplemental Food Program, and that is for low-income seniors age 60 and older. And we are serving currently about 7,300 and 522,000. That grant is based on USDA. They set that grant amount. And then for the senior farmers market, we have about 600,000 seniors participating in it. Again, the limit of funding is set by USDA. And Elko is the only county that doesn't participate in the seniors farmer market. And we've tried, but there's been no interest in this area. And so any program.
They don't have anybody old here, I guess.
That's the trick. That's the place to move.
They all look like Boyd and Hayes.
It's pretty high bar.
The Area Commission is responsible for inspecting, licensing, and regulating the Nevada dairy industry. And so currently we have 231 licensees, 29 dairy farms, 10 processing plants, and 14 milk haulers. And this is the newest program for me to be involved with. So if you ask questions, I'm probably going to have to say I'm going to have to get back to you on some of those. But basically, we have 3 inspectors who are going out to the dairies and to the processors to make sure that everything meets the health and safety rules. And then we have auditors who audit the books of the distributors selling dairy products for low cost. So that and if we get a complaint, we go out and check to make sure that they are selling that product at the price. Because somebody will call in and say, I don't get milk at that price, so how are they doing it? So we go out and make sure that it's being sold at cost. Okay. And
Can we expand on that a little bit?
Sure. What do you want to know?
You go out and make sure that they're not selling milk cheaper than the guy across the street.
No, they can sell milk cheaper than the guy across the street. They just can't sell it below the cost.
That's determined by
Try to put somebody out of business by floating large bank account revenue, selling milk below cost.
Because it's being subsidized.
Well, no, just because you're able to financially, a large processing milk seller versus a small processing milk seller. So it might be, I don't want to use specific.
I getting that right, Lynn, or would you
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah, both you and Donnell were right. Most all states do this. It's a protection for the local industry, so you don't have somebody like California and a Costco or a Walmart come in and decide to buy out the business by pricing below cost and forcing everybody else out of the business. Been done for years. It's done off, they can sell at any price they want to down to cost as long as they prove that's what their cost is. We see very few complaints about this. Typically, it'll be in a very small market out in, say, Battle Mountain. We seem to, for some reason, get complaints there. Well, one market will get a deal and be able to sell slightly cheaper than another. And they'll call us up and ask us to go out and verify that they're above cost, which we do, and normally they are. And if they're not, it's a simple fix, and they go right back to it. Not an issue.
I think another example would be Anderson Dairy. They've conveyed to me, so that's a Nevada process or a Nevada business, how very important the Dairy Commission program is because they're verifying that no one is selling under cost to try to control the market, put them out of business, or put them into a position where they're forced to sell because they don't have the bankroll to last it out or compete over the law.
And that's just milk?
This is just milk.
Yeah.
So that explains why in our hometown, that's one of the things that's equalized is milk between Walmart and Solaris.
Pretty much that's true, and this is Lynn Hetrick again for the record. Pretty much that's true because milk is seen as a staple for a lot of families, and they see it as something that draws the local customer to come into their market. So if Solaris posts milk price at $2.99, most of the places in town will compete, and vice versa. If somebody else posts at $3.10 and everybody else is higher, pretty much they'll compete. But the only ones that don't do that is convenience stores, where they generally get a little more.
Yeah, they're pretty high. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
I heard you speak with two different voices. Thank you, Lynn.
You got you. She's a quick learner.
Then we have the next is the child nutrition programs. So the first up is the National School Lunch Program, and that's in all 17 school districts with the exception of Esmeralda. They do the school breakfast programs. And the National School Lunch Program is highly regulated. For the kids who come on the program, you have to be directly certified, either through the SNAP, this is Special Nutrition Assistance Program, the DIGGER, Nutrition Programs on Indian reservations, or TANF, with temporary assistance for needy families. And so if you have that or you're a foster child, then you automatically qualify direct certification, and that's our preference, because all of those folks are checking those incomes. The other way that you come in on the program is when your parents fill out an application. Those applications come in, we take them at face value, and we determine based on the income eligibility guidelines set by USDA if they're going to receive free benefits, reduced benefits, or no benefits. And from there, we check 3% of those applications each one in the school districts. And so we check to see if the family cannot produce something to show that that's their income, and then we remove them from the program. But once you're on the program, your certification is going to be closed. So that makes it nice to work with families. Last year, we also went into a new meal pattern. So there's new requirements, and if districts have met that new requirement, they're getting an additional 6 cents for those meals. And about half the districts have certified, and we're going through the process of validating. We only had to validate 25% the first year. So as an example, Washoe County has made it through that validation process. They've been certified and validated. If we go out and find that they're not doing what they said they were doing, it's been a long into the without the National School Lunch Program, we went from nutrient analysis to food component, or what we call food-based. So now for a reimbursable meal, basically the child has to take 3 items. It has to be a fruit, a vegetable, and one other item. So it could be milk, grain, or meat alternative. So that's been controversial. There's calorie limits for grade groups. So it's K through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. So they have different calorie limits for those different age grade groups. Last year there were roughly 34 million meals served across the state and 73 million in reimbursement. We also have a program that falls underneath the National School Lunch Program called the Residential Child Care Institutions. That's for kids who are locked up in juvenile facilities or mental health facilities. Then we have the school breakfast program, and all of the districts except for Lander County participate in the school breakfast program. And we have problems with this not being a fully utilized program. Oftentimes, kids don't get to the schools in time to eat breakfast, so we encourage breakfast after the bell, breakfast in the classroom, or grab-and-go breakfast. Then we have the special milk program, which is used for schools or private schools where kids do not participate in the National School Lunch Program. So in your public schools, Churchill and Lander both do the special milk program. They usually use it for the half-day kindergartens, and then in the private schools, they use the special milk program. We have the Child and Adult Care Food Program that is for child care centers, both for-profit and non-profit, as well as daycare homes. So those homes that may be licensed to take care of 4 or 5 children. And we also have a new program that's called the At-Risk Meals Program that it can serve mostly suppers here in Nevada, but it can serve other meals. And you'll see that we have just the funding for 12 instead of 13 because we're still in so we don't have the full numbers on that one. Then we have the Summer Food Service Program, which is the most underutilized program of all of the USDA child nutrition programs. Only about 15 out of every 100 kids who would qualify for the program participate in it. And so this is one of the programs that USDA has asked us to increase by 3%. Funny enough, they asked us to increase that 3% in rural Nevada, and it's like, that's not going to happen. If we want to see a 3% increase, it really needs to happen in Clark County and or County. That's where most of our population is. And then finally we have the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, and that's a program to get young children interested in eating their fruits and vegetables. So it's in low-income elementary schools. They have to have 50% or greater free and reduced, and they get a snack-sized portion of a fruit or vegetable. It has to be uncooked unless that's normally how it would be served. So for me, eggplant would have to be cooked in order for me to eat that one, or okra, probably some squashes. So those can be cooked at a very minimal level. With the vegetables, they can have yogurt or low-fat ranch dip. But for the fruits, no dips at all. It has to be just that way. And it's one of our most popular programs. But again, Clark County underutilizes that program. They have about 119 schools that are eligible, but only have about 22 that are participating in the program. And that is a grant program. All the other programs I talked about were entitlement. Fresh Fruits and Vegetables is a grant, and so we receive approximately about $2 million a year for that program. And we have to fund each school somewhere between $50 and $75 per child for the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable program. And then the last thing that we deal with is the wellness policy. So back in 2005, we were required to develop a wellness policy. We developed ours at the statewide level. Our policy was ranked 5th in the nation. We'll soon be changing it because we have a new competitive food policy that's coming out that will have an impact on the schools. Basically, anything that is sold or given away from midnight of the school day till 30 minutes at the end of the school day will have to meet those competitive food rules. So we'll be working on that as that final list becomes available. And then just the next page shows the partnerships, the different folks that we work with. And then the following page is the last one is our performance measures. So for the commodity foods or USDA foods is to increase the eligible population by 5% each year. For nutrition education, to increase that by 5% each year. To complete all of our audits in the dairy distributor license every 2 years. And to complete inspections of each of the dairy farms at least every 6 months. And it conducts 100% of the required physical inspections of the dairy and processors' facilities as required by state law. And then underneath the child nutrition program, increase our lunch participation to the national average of 61%, increase our breakfast participation to the national average of 27%, and increase summer food by 3%. So, same. I am. That's what I'm saying. Any questions?
I'm looking at this, increase the eligible population served by USDA. What does that mean?
That's the USDA food program, better known as what we started out as the commodity food program, so the ones at the beginning of the book. So those were the ones that were the, like the TANF and the FDIPR programs. In trying to get those populations that are eligible on those programs.
You know, probably been probably 10, 15 years ago that a real push went out publicly that getting our kids fed right in the morning makes for a smarter kid. You know, right then it dawned on me, I should have graduated high school with a doctorate in aerospace engineering.
Right.
And I don't know where things went wrong, but my question for you, Donnell, is let's like the emergency food assistance program. There's a pretty simple laid out guideline to qualify.
Correct.
The first thing I'd like to know is what justifies emergency, if that's the same thing I'm thinking of that you guys think of. And the other thing, how close do you watch that? Because I can see what they're doing. They're signing a declaration saying that my income. Do we go back and do we fight? No, we probably can't legally.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, and then the emergency thing. That.
Every month we are out at the different locations, and so there's notification. Not us. There's usually agencies that are there that provide the program benefits, and so they put out the notice, and then folks come in and sign up. And so sometimes I live in Carson City, and I've seen people where the food distribution isn't going to start until 9 o'clock in the morning, and I swim at 5:30 in the morning, and they will be there at 5:30, standing and waiting in line for the product.
No, the emergency. But to me, as a layman looking at this, emergency. Somebody's house got burned down. There was a flood.
No, it's the title of the program, but it happens on a monthly basis, and so they show up for that for each month. So if they were lucky and the emergency happened yesterday, and then we were doing the food distribution program, they would be able to participate that next day. But it is something that they know it's coming once a month, and they have the ability to sign up for it and receive the benefits automatically. Versus going through the supplemental nutrition assistance program or the women, infants, and children's program, where you have to go in and get certified and provide documentation that you do indeed meet the income guidelines.
Okay, and then last but not least, it talks about in that section that the food pantries receive a lot of this food. Same thing on a monthly basis, they try to stock up. How much are you getting into the churches? Do they participate at all?
Some churches do.
Do they?
They do, and I'd have to go back and find out how much actually goes into the churches. But yes, some of the churches do. I know they were down in Yerington and Fallon a couple of weeks ago, and both of those places were at churches for the food to be.
Is it?
And just something that you brought up, when the National School Lunch Program was put into effect back in 1946, that was right after World War II, and the reason for it was because there were so many people who didn't qualify because of nutrition-related diseases, they couldn't qualify to serve in the armed services. So that was the reason for bringing back the National School Lunch Program. And during the last reauthorization, the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, that's why there's been such a push about obesity, is because, again, those military folks came to the table and said, we have so many obese kids that we want to see what we can do. This is, again, a health issue that we cannot get these kids qualified for military service. So we kind of back in. So it is. They will say that.
All right. Well, thank you. Is there any more questions or comments?
I thought Linda Johnson was going to
Hurry up. He left you behind.
Sure wasn't his lifetime. And just to add on, to translate how some of these programs impact the agency. These are all federal programs that, whether located at the Department of Education, Department of Health, Administrative Division of Purchasing, are going to happen, are going to go on. What we're hoping by consolidating them is, if that train is at full speed and is happening, then maybe along the way we can get some Nevada product and over time increase the amount of Nevada product that's happening there, and at least increase the economic impact that those funds coming into the state are having. I would use the example of the program that pays for the processing of food. The largest percentage, obviously, of that money goes to neighboring states that have the processing facilities and capability to produce pizza, burritos from USDA chickens shipped out in the Midwest. Our hope is that we can utilize this as an opportunity and market it as such, where we can get more food processing within the state, which is going to give us more economic advantage. Beef burrito, exactly. And then secondly with that is that the food safety stuff and the fresh produce inspection stuff, all the FDA stuff, requirements, it's important, and it's becoming glaringly so important that the producers at the table relative to those issues. And that's one of the things that we're hoping will come out of this program going into the next session. We already have dairy environmental inspectors that are doing that kind of work. Department of Health has same title positions doing food inspection across the entire gamut. We're hoping, and this is under agreement with the Director of Department of Health and myself, that we can get that pre-restaurant, that food prep, that on-the-farm type stuff or on the processing types of inspections brought to the Department of Agriculture, so there's an ideology or an understanding of what it makes or what it takes to produce agriculture and then still provide a safe product for consumption. We're very concerned, and that's what we're going to talk about in the next meeting, that FDA's interpretation of that is greatly different from that of the producers. And so that's why it's so important. And we're seeing more and more departments of ag engaging in this, so they have something that you need to be aware of is that FDA, with the current rules, current codes, has the capability to come into Jim's operation and do a spot check anytime that they want. And if his processes don't make sense to them based on their background and their rules, then there's a problem. And so that's where we're hoping we can keep the agency involved, where at least we can work to educate folks about the understanding of the ag practices and requirements to actually produce the product. And then thirdly, relative directly to the agency, these programs coming in, we negotiated our indirect percentage. 28% is what the feds basically gave us. It's called negotiation, but they basically tell you you're at 28%. So what happens, there's parts and pieces of all these grants that we take 28% of, not the total $300 million over the biennium, but parts and pieces. And that's going to roughly translate to around $400,000, $500,000 in indirect each year that we're able to utilize to fund the administrative activities that we're providing to support the program. Ultimately, that's beneficial because it helps us reduce the fees that we need to operate effectively with the producer. And so it's a multiple scale positive impact of something that's happening in the state. We can be involved and have a voice, and we see that as a benefit.
Thank you, Jim. Yes?
Well, I'm just going to make a comment as a Nevada taxpayer, and at the rate things are going, we might all need to sign up for these programs.
And we don't do eligibility. That's one thing we're very proud of.
That's okay. No public employees in my family. I'm going to be signing up. Where do I sign up?
And I will say for the school lunch and school breakfast program, some of what we hear over at legislature is basically there's about $60 million that could still be coming into the state if the kids were participating in the program that have been qualified. And there's various and sundry reasons why they don't participate. But that is money that is what we consider to be left on the table. And the state only has, for the child nutrition programs, only has to match $62,000. We get $120 million. Not a bad part.
Okay, thank you very much. Jim just whispering over my ear, we do have lunch here, but for the folks in Sparks and St., we're just going to rumble through. We only have a couple more items. Clint has his report, and we're going to have Ramona has an item for us. So Flint, why don't you go ahead and rumble through animal industries and.
Okay. Reason we don't have anything necessarily specific, we're kind of ongoing on where we're sitting in our departments, and we hope to bring you advice to more details of the things that are going on down the road, and definitely by December. Just a couple of things, and some of these things have been touched on by Jim already in his, and so we don't need to get too redundant over them. Dr. Rink is currently in Denver as we speak, discussing with other acting and state vets the thing that will become a pretty big elephant in the room, and that is Animal Disease Traceability Act. Not to get too in depth on this, because frankly speaking, I just really can't tell you where that's going to be heading, but it's going to become pretty much an enormous part of producers' life in this state. We're currently where we have to individually ID anything over 18 months. Basically, we're talking about breeding stock, bulls, heifers, cows. It is my understanding, and unless something happens in the near future and then down the road 2 years, that eventually it will become all livestock, specifically cattle and things of that nature. And how we implement that on the state level is going to become a huge portion of what we do in the animal industry division, specifically in brands, but also in the animal health portion of that. Like I said, I don't want to go into too much depth of that because we're on a state basis. We're trying to figure out how that works for Oregon, how that works for California, how that works for Arizona, and trying to get input back from all those states and how they plan on implementing it themselves too. Ultimately, it's a federal law that we are going to end up having to implement and deal with, basically. So, it's the old timer in me tells me that it's really just unneeded. But however, that's the way things are going to be headed. So we have to learn in the next coming years exactly how we're going to implement that in this state, using the tools that we have, brand farm and animal health, so forth. So that's one big thing that's going on. The next part I would discuss with you, there are several gathers going on in the state currently as far as wild horses go, none of which, of course, we have anything to do with. But as members of the board, I would make you aware of, especially Tim, this one's going to be happening in your neck of the woods beginning next week. Actually, it starts Saturday, and that's at the Fort McDermott Indian Reservation. And that's a gather that's happening through USDA Forest Service in conjunction with the Fort McDermott Indian Tribe, and also with Oregon Department of Agriculture and its brand departments. And hopefully, the numbers vary considerably, but they've been given a directive that, in all honesty, I wish we could get ourselves, but it will never happen. That's to gather every horse. And they will be brought to the Fallon Livestock Exchange and then sold. The advocates, as they are, have been notified of this situation. And for all intents and purposes, have every right to come to the livestock auction and purchase those horses. Our portion of the deal is that we will be providing brand inspection services at the gather as well as at the point of sale. So how many horses we end up getting there, I don't know. Monty has capped them temporarily at 700 head, only because he doesn't feel that his sale barn can handle over 700 head. But that is all depending upon the sort and how those things happen there. So whether or not...
Why are we excluding Minnesota?
See that one?
Why are we excluding Minnesota? I'm not supposed to.
There is two, and it was not our decision, Dave, to choose it. That's USDA, that's Forest Service, that's frankly,
I understand.
it's not our gather at all. I mean, I want you guys to be aware of it so that if someone asks you down the road that we are providing brand inspection services and that this is what's going on. It wasn't our decision to exclude another sale barn at all. So, and we could probably move on from this topic. I mean, our only responsibility there is brand inspection services.
Just to fill in just a gap or two on that particular gather. Nationally, the Forest Service has always used the BLM to do their gathering for contractor. And therefore, all the horses that were gathered had to fall under guidelines for the Department of Interior for the BLM. Since the Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service are a separate entity, they do not fall under the laws, the free horse and girl act.
So that's why they're not even going to the facilities?
That's why they're going to failure, not going to the adoption and long-term holding process. So
that'll make the USDA famous with.
Well, see, the Fish and Wildlife Service is already doing it at the show.
No.
See, they're not under any restraints either. They're catching some heat, socially, but they're not under the provisions of the law. So that's why that's happening different than BLM's gathers.
That's great. I should have mentioned that before you brought it up. As far as brand inspectors, you're going to provide the inspector, that's going to be a lot of horses.
Yes,
in a pretty short amount of time. As the Couture's doing it, aren't they?
Yeah, Couture. Yeah, that's correct.
It's going to be going pretty fast.
That's my understanding, that it really won't take that long. But they actually, it was supposed to be, Tim, a gather that started on the 12th, ended on the 17th. But the Indian Native American tribe asked them, as a thing, they want them gone. And I could go into some other details about how bad they want them gone, but we won't go there. But they want them gone, and so they extended the gather time in the hopes that also Monty could find ways to fit more horses into his yard. So the gather actually begins on the 9th and is not going to end until 15th. So we're actually going to be there almost a full week. So, Mona, did you have a question?
I had a question with regard to the notice for the gather. Is it typical notice? The BLM has a notice that includes unauthorized livestock, possibly gathering this and that.
That's a good question. I don't know if I can completely answer it. Maybe Jim, did you know? I know they have made a notice, and I know that the advocates have been made aware of the sale date.
Right. No, I'm talking about the fish net of catching any other livestock that are out there that aren't necessarily part of that gather.
They have gone to all the producers in that area, including having several meetings with the Indian tribe, and notifying the gather is going to happen, and that there is a potential that they could find a horse with a brand that's not, or a cow, exactly. And I think we're going to be well covered as far as brand inspections go. We're going to have 2 there, Oregon's going to have 1, and the Indian tribe's going to have another. So there'll be 4 brand inspectors there total.
So the question is how does it? If there's a collection, the whole day I have to pay $2,000 to get that.
Nope. They're going to do the official gather at the rodeo grounds, and so any basically what we're gonna call them stray livestock that are branded.
Yeah.
They're gonna get into a separate pen. The owner's gonna be notified that they're there, that they have so much amount of time to come get them, so.
No charges.
No charges, just come get your animal.
Good initiative.
Yeah, sure.
It's a big mess.
Beyond that topic, as far as the BRE, but we've covered quite a bit about that on the RFI. We really haven't got much input back from the advocates. I think a total of 3 emails, is that total? Nothing real definite other than that they seem willing to work with us. We're hoping for more down the road. I mean, this is for the RFI dealing with the BRE horses, but we've already covered mostly. I'm just reiterating that we have, basically all that we've gotten back from them, Dave, is 3 emails showing their interest in entering into a cooperative agreement.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
that's basically all we are there.
Any acronyms?
Yes. That's about all for animal ID and animal health. Oh, I should bring up the other thing as far as West Nile goes. I know Dr. Ringford mentioned this. It has been issued to the press, and it did go through most of the local stations in Reno. But we have identified West Nile in 3 different separate pools of mosquitoes in the western side of the state of Washoe County. So that is something that most of you need to be aware of, especially if you own horses, and frankly for your own safety, things of that nature. I mean, we're bearing down on the end of mosquito season, so it may be a moot point at this point, but that's something you need to be aware of.
Almost all the cases of West Nile that I've seen, though, in most of the equine outbreaks are late in the summer. After the mosquitoes are long gone, so we start seeing clinical cases.
It's true. Other than that, I really don't have anything else to report. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to entertain.
Since you said that, Hank Boger, for the record, you said that you're not providing brand inspection to the BLM for when they have a horse gathering?
Oh, absolutely we are. Yes, we are.
And how do you charge them and you charge the Indian reservation or wherever you go the same fees?
Haven't been in the past. We will be in the future.
You haven't been charging for these gatherings?
What we've been charging the BLM in the past has been simply time and mileage for the brand inspectors. We were just recently made aware of that.
I told Jim to look into this very close because I was worried. This was a negotiation because the BLM did not have to do this. How that they would to make sure stray animals weren't caught. And I was worried they negotiated a special price. So before they went full bore, be careful there wasn't an agreement out there.
Yeah.
It should be full boat, but I don't know.
And why not, for the very fact that supposedly, according to the NRS statutes, aren't all unbranded animals in this state of property of the state? And it's and who can determine that?
Oh, yeah, that's not the, we're talking about on the BLM side.
Yeah, but how do you determine that? Do they have a DNA base that they can tell their horses they don't bred?
Well, no, they tell you they're theirs if they're in their herd management area or not.
Without an
Hence,
iron on.
hence the Carson River conversation.
Charge them the maximum.
What I can tell you about the agreement that was made to pay BLM, I cannot find the actual original agreement. That thing goes back, I don't know how far. So what I do know about it is it ends 12/31/2013 as far as we're concerned, because all we really have is a continuance of what we just did last year. And an administrator signed off and said, we'll do what we did last year, we'll do what we did last year, which ultimately was a flat rate for BLM's brand inspections, which was basically BLM would say, we're willing to pay you $45,000 a year this year for brand inspections. And we would bill time and mileage right up to that point. If we hit it, BLM didn't pay us any overage if we were doing it or not. So we are bound by that for the rest of this calendar year, but we are not bound by it from now on. And it's my, and Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my feelings that when we go to re-sign that, we will say, no, we have to charge you the same thing everybody else gets charged, the brand inspection forces. And that is $10 for the first horse, $3 for every horse after that. Am I wrong?
Well, no, and I think then we see what they say. At some point.
For your information, Hank Wilder again for the record. When they used to gather Butte Valley, not too many years ago, because the Paris family had horse permit, they gave a percentage of those horses to the Parises, and they were not branded horses, based on the fact that they had that horse permit, and they had to have brand inspected and pay the full toll, which Bert used to just go ballistic over, but he did. But he got a percentage of those horses, so the federal government should not have it both ways. Thank you.
No, they have to pay full rate, which is $10 first horse, $3. Now, we have made an agreement with USDA because of the extenuating circumstances, and I've been over this with Jeff Ower there at Santa Rosa District. But because we're going to have brand inspectors there 6 days, so it's not like, Sterling Wines is headed up to Hank's Corrals to ship a load of cows. It takes an hour and a half or 2 hours. These guys are going to have to be on there the entire time. We're going to be paying their hourly wage, plus the mileage, plus we got hotel rooms, per diem, food, and all that. We've made an agreement with USDA where they will cover the time and mileage and per diems of our brand inspectors. And then the $10 and $3, that comes out of the producers, those people who actually own the horses, which may be just the reservation, which may be a member of the reservation, which may be an independent entity around the reservation who just said, I lost that horse 5 years ago, go ahead and sell him. They will pay the actual brand inspection fees, and that will come out at point of sale.
Yes, boy.
Maybe I misinterpreted what you said. Are we only engaging in brand inspection because we've had an agreement with them, or do they feel that they're not really obligated to have an inspection?
No. They came to us knowing full well that they needed a brand inspection to bring the horses there. So
I misinterpreted what you said.
Yeah, no, that was their full will. They knew they needed to do that to be legal. So, any more questions?
All right, thank you, Glenn. Very much. All right, we'll move on to item 8, and update on the 2000 grazing stats report and economic analysis for the federal land in Nevada. Ramona Morrison. It's all yours.
Okay, I've done a lot of research in Forest Service and BLM records, and this is about the best report I've ever seen. I don't know, maybe other states they have it. And it was done, I think, when Benny Romero was on the board, and some of those folks, I think, Rangeland Resources had something to do with it, but I don't really remember what.
We helped fund, Rangeland Resource Commission helped fund it, and also the grazing boards.
Yeah.
So anybody that's ever been on a grazing board should have sometime been exposed to
Had this. What a lot of people don't know about this report is what is in it, in the data behind the report. Towards the end of it, the pages are out of order. I didn't notice this later, but if you pull up one of these allotment maps for anybody who deals with this issue, there's all the grazing allotments in the state of Nevada. And it covers all of Nevada except for the bombing range. It covers the checkerboard. It covers everything. And what is interesting about this is when you go onto the CD that supports this report, there's an AutoCAD, and you can pull up every allotment in the state of Nevada. There's no database like that, except for now the BLM has it kind of online. So that's first and foremost, that's an incredibly valuable database. Secondly, when they put this together, they gathered all of the adjudication records from the BLM, have all of them included. And so everybody's allotment is listed in the tables that accompany this report, plus the initial adjudication numbers. On the Forest Service, their numbers only go back to the 1980s. Now I have, because of production documents we got in our case, I have the numbers on the Toyabe Forest clear back to 1909. Those numbers exist. Was to the current date. What is important about this is, one, is we can get an accurate number from the original adjudication of both the Forest Service and the BLM of the permitted numbers at that time, or the more accurately, the grazing preference at that time. And then we can accurately show what the permitted numbers are today. We can also show through this report how many vacant allotments there are. And we can show, most importantly, the economic cost of the policies of the federal agencies to the state of Nevada by the continual incremental production, I would say, of the industry. Now, when you square this up against a decision we just got out of the federal district court, this doesn't help us. We're good to go. But there's a lot of ranchers out here who aren't running at their full grazing preference. A lot of people have been cut or shut down or whatever, or simply walked away from their allotments because it's not worth it anymore to deal with the agencies. And but with the ruling in our case, wherein the court basically reinstated our grazing preferences to the original numbers, this has potential to really help every other rancher in the state of Nevada to be able to determine what those numbers are and to show, more importantly, the economic cost to the state of these policies beginning in 1909. And by the way, these cuts started in 1909, and they've been somewhat incremental, and more recently, they've been a bit less subtle. But anyway, this is a very valuable report. I think you have a new position coming on in October. I do not think that it would take a lot to simply just to update it. We're looking at 13 years worth of information coming forward, and getting the information from the Forest Service going backward, and then just plugging in the multipliers for the economic data. So I think it's a very valuable report, and it's well worth updating, so I wanted to put that out to you guys, and for maybe an action item at the next meeting.
I have a couple of questions, or comments. Hank Vogler for the record. On page 9, it says combined federal land AUMs lost in the state of Nevada from 1980 through 1999 were 473,535, with a corresponding negative impact of $24,800,000 estimated impact to Nevada. Is that in tax revenues? Because I was always under the impression that ag dollars created, because the inputs are much higher, where an industry may create 5 more multiplier dollars. Agriculture actually creates 7. That figure seems terribly low with that kind of a multiplier.
The economic side of this report, I think that we need to look at the multipliers that we used in the ag report.
And you would be updating those changes.
And change the multipliers.
Basically, they would put real current time impact.
Right.
So that says that if a cow's out on the federal range, which more sheep than cows are out 12 months, every 5 sheep or every 1 cow that is removed from the range costs the state of Nevada $600. Dividing the number of AUMs that are gone by the money that came into the state.
And that figure's probably low.
And it seems awful low.
I mean, to give you an example, when you study the history of Nevada, just in Washoe County was running 100,000 sheep in 1900.
The state of Nevada had 1 million sheep, and now they have 70,000.
So, and that's just sheep. That's not counting the cattle. So, I mean, you know, the industry is a shell of its former self. Now, droughts aside, we all know those come and go, but the industry really is a shell of its former self. I think that's the number that we need to show and reflect. The other thing that you have to understand about this report is this is really only a 20-year report. They only talk about the economic cost for 20 years, not going back to 1909, not going back to 1960 for the BLM. So I think that those are powerful numbers that we can use in our policy decisions, that the governor can use as he deals with these federal agencies, and that we use in our discussions with these federal agencies.
I know one of the things kind of associated with this that we're working on right now, but I also have the research person to, I've had some staff here in Elko looking at, is trying to get a fix of the livestock numbers year to year from the 1860s to give, because I think that information as well can be utilized across a multitude of topics, whether it's comparing the interaction of those numbers with the interaction of the sage grouse numbers year to year or over a span of time. And that's some of the things that we're working on as well, so that we can give that information to the Sage Grouse Council, or Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, utilize as well, along with, and we also see a capacity of tying this into a map generating app that we're going to fund that is tied to invasive plant species with Utah, wherein basically we can give them year-to-year data like cattle numbers, like we can pull all the forestry fire data, all that kind of stuff, and then they can generate an automatic generating map for us, so that agriculture has the capacity to utilize the numbers in a method that's beneficial to the industry as well.
For the record, Hank Glover, Jim, there's another, I guess you'd call it a font of information that should be available at the county levels. Because prior to Taylor grazing, the sheriff's department used to go out and count the sheep that came in from other states. The assessor did, yes, excuse me. But they a lot of times sent out a deputy sheriff for obvious reasons. But anyhow, they did collect those taxes, and they were based on
the head tax.
Head tax. Yeah. And it was for years and years and years that was done, and there's a pile of information out there.
And that's who we're communicating with to try to get a consolidated, verifiable list. We're right now identifying those things that are already published and out there. Full directive. They did every 5-year census stuff for a while, so then we can see where our gaps are, and then go to the counties and chase it from that.
The strong suit, as far as I'm concerned, for agriculture in this state is Las Vegas has mined an awful lot of money and taken it overseas and built casinos with it. Now, gambling is legalized in 46 of the 50 states of some form or another. And mining has been cyclical since its inception. Minerals don't rot in the ground. They'll be there when the price comes back. But renewable natural resources, agriculture, and there cannot be a better time on earth for the state of Nevada to promote agriculture's consistent long-term role in the welfare of this state, and continuing to have agencies arbitrarily putting out 1,000 head of elk and saying, by the way, we're going to cut you 50% because you don't have any feed. Or, yes, you're only supposed to have 157 horses in that allotment, but, gee, we can't do anything about it. You've got 2,000. So these economic impacts, and we can't even get them to pay their brand fees.
I couldn't agree more from the standpoint of marketing agriculture. And I think the January ag report that we came out with totally supported that. It totally supported the ideology that during the economic downturn, agriculture in the state of Nevada has been a real shining star. And if we wanted to continue to be a shining star, we have to protect it year over year over year. So I absolutely agree that the data is vital. We're committed to help and pull all the data together that we can. I'm not sure we need an action item. We can just promise that we're going to chase this along with all those other pieces. And then secondly, that we're producing that ag report from now on, year to year to year to year, because it begins to give us measurables. One of the things that I found really frustrating in that process is I wanted to know, for conclusion, for final, is ag the third largest industry in the state? I've heard that since I was a kid. And at the end of the day, we can't tell, because it turns out that we're the only ones that are really pulling together the size of our industry and the economic impact that it's having in the state. As we start to go out and chase those other comparables, whether that's military, whether that's gaming, whether that's, whatever, it's a little bit of smoke and mirrors. It's not really out there. So to start with, and hopefully someday we'll have some of those comparables, we want to at least to be able to stand in the center of the conversation and say, well, we know we are this, and we know that we have this impact. And not only that, we know that the agriculture impact in the north is equal to that of the south, that the south has a lot of skin in the game too. And as urban legislators, you need to be aware that if you are impacting the agriculture industry negative, then you're also impacting that industry as it relates to urban Las Vegas and
Does this report, I've been trying to thumb through it and take a look, but does this report at all talk about the voluntary issues that have arisen over the last several years? The type of cattle, the climate change?
A little bit. That's actually the summary. This is the summary.
So far, what I've read, it all talks about how bad the federal government, the actual lowering of AUMs, but it doesn't say specifically why. You've got permits out there. I know a huge one that's just not being used because the two brothers that inherited fight. And they don't put any cattle on. The type of cattle. I mean, when you're trying to raise a 600 or 700 pound wiener-sized steer or heifer, conditions have changed in the market. The kind of cattle that we used to run in ranges, you can't market those kind of cattle anymore to Colorado, to those big feedlots. And I just want to make sure we know that there's an overall change in the industry too. But are these numbers going up? And even the BLM allows too many cattle on a permit that should be lowered anyways. And that's a decision made by us using it, that at some point you've got to draw the line and say you can't run your cattle on this permit with the way the drought conditions are.
No, and I agree. This is a drought aside. We've had in our place, they were hauling cattle off that wouldn't pay the freight bill on the train back to Reno, to the sale yards, because of the drought in the 30s. We have droughts. That's it. So I don't think we can really count a drought. We've had them. We've had snow, snow kills. We've had that wiped out most of Elko County in 1889. Those come and go. But the overall trend, based on policy, I think is something that we can talk about. And it's sort of like Judge Jones sat in the courtroom and said during the contempt hearing, anybody that's a school-age kid knows that the Forest Service has been in the business of trying to eliminate livestock grazing for the last 40 years and the BLM for the last 20. And that's, we don't have to poke our finger at them, but we can certainly show a trend.
And if you, for the record, Hank Vogler, Mr. Sticks, if you will take an overlay of the increase in the fires and the intensity and the size of the fires since 1980, is a direct correlation, or darn sure it's just the opposite graph. And the more livestock has been removed, the bigger and more intense the fire seasons have gotten. So if that forage was that forage not available? Were those light fuels, did they magically appear just to cause the fire? Or is there a correlation? I mean, there's so many things that this could be tied into that could help overall public land grazing. Just in the fact that, in our country, the pinyon and junipers have marched off of those mountains. Now that we have Nevada Energy as the largest alfalfa producer in White Pine County, whatever they're inventorying their water for, it's either a coal-fired plant or to go to Las Vegas. They've got somebody over well, practically a new well every week, deepening those wells. Diamond Valley's running into the same problems. Is that all this so-called climate change, or is the fact that there's been no management with the pinyon and juniper to where these watersheds, once the pinyon and juniper reaches 50% canopy, no more water enters the aquifer? So is this a man-made thing? Is this something that can be managed? There are so many dynamics that could benefit agriculture and public land grazing if we draw these correlations, if we draw these things as an overall management scheme, and maybe even in turning the public land over to the state. Who knows? Well, at least you might run into some in Vegas. You're probably not going to run into anybody from Washington, D.C. to feed your argument, and you don't have a big enough train to haul the money back there to buy them all, like the environmentalists do. There's some really good stuff that we can do with what we've got right here.
Just one last thing I would add to that. I think that, following up with what you said, agriculture has a great story. And usually, the ranges, we create good stewardship just by virtue of what we do. And I think that's the story that needs to be told. We don't need to poke agencies in the eye necessarily directly. We just need to have the facts that we do and tell our side of the story. Correlate high livestock numbers to high sage hen numbers. We have these numbers. They're there. So we can put it together.
Just to reiterate something that maybe would be of value data-wise is the Elko County Commission, who's been 10 years ago now, to the UNR, Dr. Harris, to do an economic evaluation of what an AUM is worth annually to a community of $67. Every AUM out here, every monthly animal unit is worth $67 to the economy.
And at one time, Elko County was the second largest cow county in the United States. No, Cherry County, Nebraska is zero. I thought they were. It was in the top 10. Right in the top.
All right, that's, what kind of, Jim, do we have enough information? I heard a comment on coming back for a decision next time. Do we know what we're deciding on?
No, I would just say, hoorah, heard, understood, acknowledged, and we've got the data position. We're going to be focused on priority one, getting that first January annual report out, but collecting and have ongoing data that's available, and we may not be drawing conclusions off of that data necessarily, but having data available that can be utilized by the industry. It's a good thing like that.
Any other comments on this item? Yeah. Yes, ma'am? All right, public comment is open. Do we have any public comment?
I have
Twice. Yes.
I'm trying to gather.
No, you weren't here at the beginning. We had public comment at the beginning. So we have it again. Just for you.
Thank you. I've been trying to gather all of these conclusions on having our own slaughterhouse. And although I've heard pros and cons about it, my main objective was to see who built them. And the ones that have broke them were plants people. And that's my misunderstood the report. The last one I have is from 2007. And the people that I recognized, Kendra Curtis was in there, and there were some other people that I had dealt with in the past. So my question would be, is there a feasibility study that took into consideration the knowledge of our own industry, the process of including the possibility of
That's to us, we've not done anything anywhere around that in terms of a feasibility study.
The university would have one. Hudson Glen, Bob, didn't he?
Tom Harris's group, I think, did all those slaughterhouse studies. And I think they did one recently.
crops of grain that's being produced in Nevada compared to years ago, especially just in the Lovelock area. But right now, those facilities work in areas where there's lots of grain. That's just and the numbers, the sheer numbers. And that's unfortunately, Jim and I have talked about that. Tim and I talked about it this morning. And it takes a lot of numbers to keep the doors open. You got to be in an area where you can feed the cattle to finish them. And right now in western Nevada or anywhere in Nevada, it's hard to get the commodities that you need. And the price of grain increases change that. That's why they're getting closer. Right, they're getting closer to where the grain is being produced. So it's interesting, but the Arrington thing, I think, pretty well summed up where the future is for slaughter, unfortunately. And the little guys cannot kill enough cattle to come up to speed and up to date with the modern technology. They'd have to completely mow down and build a whole new facility. And the numbers at 20 or 30 head a week, just, they can't. So it's all interesting stuff, and we need to hear about it. Thank you, Leanne. Any other public comment? Sparks, anything left? Anything you guys want to hear about or discuss?
No, but I do enjoy sitting in the chairman's chair here.
You look really good, Charlie.
Thank you. I'm trying to uphold your image.
All right. Hearing no other comment, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for adjournment. Oh, do we have an item on there for the next meeting?
We don't have an item. I was going to propose, but I was going to do it last night, but my iPad's locked up. Our next meeting is Las Vegas, and I was going to propose that we lay it over the NFR and the National Ag Teachers Conference. It might be an opportunity for us to engage National Ag Teachers Conference in some way, shape, or form, along with some of the presentations that they have at that same time, as well as the NFR, obviously, as an opportunity in the evening. But I'm not sure. Oh, no, I do have it.
Due to our cost of conducting a meeting, NFR is probably not the least expensive time of year to be in Las Vegas.
It depends on, well, it doesn't actually change the difference because you're only reimbursed in state up to $77. So
I think he was talking about his half, weren't you?
His half, it does. His half, it definitely does. But again, that also wouldn't change. You would have the opportunity to do that if you wanted to. If you didn't want to, you could meet via conference, video conference, and because we'll be still video conference to Elko and Sparks. And the other thing is we're going to take an opportunity to tour the facilities in Las Vegas, our offices down in Las Vegas. We're going to try to hold a meeting adjacent to it because our room down there won't facilitate everybody. And then secondly, I want to try to get some kind of processing, agricultural processing tour of some sort connected with that as well. I mean, there's a part of this that's about identifying, seeing what agriculture exists down in Las Vegas. It might be nice to have an opportunity to walk through Star Nurseries at the same time. I mean, as an example, it's not simply so don't misunderstand me. I think it's nice if we can connect with these other ag things that are happening at the same time in Las Vegas, but there's other issues in Las Vegas that I think benefit the board by having a meeting, and I don't think you guys have done it, and I'm not suggesting doing it every year on the record that way as well. But you haven't been down there for 2-3 years? 3, because it's not been since I've been here, I know that.
So are you thinking maybe
How about
kicking it past Christmas?
Well, no, I was thinking about the 3rd of December, which is that Tuesday.
That's before the
Is it? I thought it was at the beginning of it. Well, what about the 5th? It's the 3, 4, 5.
issue I can push to the next week. Easy.
How's the 5th for anyone else? It's my wife's birthday, so I know I'll be in trouble, so we can share the day. Yeah, yeah. Probably the latter. So let's shoot for the 5th, if that's okay. Objection? Let's see what we can get lined up.
9 o'clock a.m.
Yeah, and then we'll get you a location. There's a couple optional locations. Dieter's directly behind the Department of Ag building, so then we'll be able to go and tour. I know they have conference facilities, so we'll start there. I guess there's a room there to utilize selection.
Jim, there's also the Cooperative Extension Service. They've got a good,
It's quite a bit of distance away from the.
It is.
Yeah, because I'm hoping I can get us a tour of, obviously, tour our current facilities, and then possibly get a tour of the facilities that they're looking at 2015.
Change out.
And then move from there to wherever the other tours are. That way we'd have possibly 3 of those activities, all in walking distance. And it won't be so bad to walk in December in Vegas versus right now. For the record, I wanted the August meeting in Vegas.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Yeah, the hottest time of the year. Very good. Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Second.
Been made and seconded. Jim Snyder made it. Ramona Morrison is the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Your
We're
lunch,
adjourned.
your lunch sacks are on the table right outside the door.